welcome back, everyone, to the land of Sundered Crowns, where the party has just come into possession, shall we say, of noted adventurer Sir Bellavere. Upon arriving in Perona, capital of Agnosera, you visited Naira's alma mater, Sorveni Academy, where you discovered that she was being accused of plagiarism for her thesis regarding the discovery of the House of Morwen in the Dorvashi Wilds, where your group first came together. You attended, shall we say, Sophian Estate, where Sir Bellavere made his home, and upon arriving at the front door, revealed that his butler was apparently a magical entity by the name of a Sladi. Fighting through the house, you encountered another of these creatures, defeating it and destroying the crystal that it was in possession of. And apparently, in so doing, banishing the first one that you had encountered. You then found what was revealed to be a illusory representation of Sir Bellavere, who attempted to escape the confrontation, chased him out onto the grounds of his estate, resisted his attempt to cast Hypnotic Pattern on your group, and then, after throwing him to the ground, cast Suggestion on him. Tristan, we shall say that as this whole event has taken place, you, in your giant eagle form, have arrived and are circling above, or have you just landed in amongst this group as they are gathered around on the ground?
I will kind of, like, seeing them gathered, I'll do a quick circle around and just double check to see if there are any people heading towards us, and then I will land on that orange tree.
Give me a perception check.
You do get advantage because eagle
Oh,
eyes.
yeah! I know my class.
21.
Thank you.
Okay. I mean, the appearance of you in your giant eagle form has attracted some curious stares. You do know that there were a number of farm workers out on the grounds of the estate, and you can see at least a couple of them kind of pointing at you as you fly across from the house. However, none of them seem inclined to approach your group. They are all still gathered around that group of buildings on the northern side of the estate that you saw when you first arrived.
By the way, Naira is sort of doing that thing where you're squatted down, and she's just sort of got her head in her hands.
And indeed, as you come in to your landing, Tristan, the boughs of the tree creaking underneath the weight of your giant form, Sir Bellavere, who is on the ground with your glaive, Lorium, in front of him, he looks up at Uther as the magic settles on him and starts laughing. And he looks over at Naira. And he goes, "Oh, well. That is a turn up for the books.
I think you need to hush
I
now.
assume, sir." Say again?
I said, I think you need to hush now.
Oh, well, certainly. I assume you have much to talk to your friends about. I will be here ready to answer your questions, monsieur, he says as he looks up at Uther. And he kind of just leans back and puts his head behind his hands, a smirk on his face.
And I'd say, Uther, you're definitely feeling the spike of anxiety.
as he would step over.
Are you going to ask me why I am so amused? It will be a question I will be compelled to answer.
Oh, maybe don't do that.
Lorm's just tilting his head up and looks up to Uther.
Yes, explain the joke. It's always less funny that way.
Oh, no, no. I really think that this joke will lose none of its amusement in its explanation. You see, whatever happens here, you are, in your return to Solveni, going to be compelled to give testimony under the effects of a zone of truth. Just like my nephew was when he submitted his thesis and was found to be, what shall we say, clashing with one that had been submitted by your lady friend over there. And, well, as part of that testimony, you will now have to reveal that you used forbidden magic on a member of the nobility. I would think execution would be most likely. Banishment would be a minimum.
To be
That is, of
fair,
course, unless you wish to abandon this whole stupidity.
you
you
went
will.
first. We were
Did
just
I?
talking after your boys attacked us. Yes. As well as you
I have
threw
no forbidden
something in
magic.
your state of fleeing at us. I caught it. I know a similar trick.
Oh, yes, the hypnotic pattern. It is a beautiful spell, is it not? However, though it does fascinate the subject, it does not subsume their will. And that is why it is not forbidden. I have contravened no laws in my battle with you. I have merely defended myself from intruders to my estate. You, however, have trafficked in forbidden magic. Magic that, well, let us just say, the penalties for use on a member of the nobility are severe indeed. As I said, I believe that the standard, the starting point, if you will be execution for the practitioner and certainly a trial at the very least for his companions.
Ah, so I'm seeing you're limiting your usefulness and options.
Oh, no, no, quite the contrary, monsieur. You see, if you kill me, you will be compelled to give this testimony. However, killing me is not your only option, nor is testifying. There are a range of accommodations we could come to. And, well, as you know, I speak honestly.
What would be the most you would be willing to accommodate me?
You shall forget that you were ever here. You shall forget that you have ever been to my estate.
Are
You shall
you?
return all the materials that you took from my home, and in return, I shall reveal that my nephew, was altered, and that his memories and the testimony that he gave, through no fault of his own, of course, were dishonest, and that Lady Naira's contributions should be recognized. Her thesis will be accepted, as will his. We all walk away intact, happy. Such a thing is within my power. I am one of
His
Solveni's most famed alumni.
I
The
know
dean
he's
will listen
been
to me.
suggested, but can I insight check anyway?
Sure.
but his
And Naira, what were you going to
his thesis is an outright fraud.
say? Really hard to get a read on this guy, Wander.
Fair, fair.
Through the connection, Naira's going to say, Uther, is he compelled to answer my questions honestly too, or just yours?
I believe the wording that you used was our questions.
Yes, I did. How did it go? Our questions, referring to the group. No, go for it.
Do you have any spell scrolls or magic items in your house right now?
I have many, yes. It is the place of my triumphs and my trophies.
Do
It
you
is,
have
oh.
Do you have any spell scrolls or magic items that can alter one's memory, either in your house or anywhere within, call it 2 miles of here?
Well, what is memory, really? It is very easy to alter.
Honestly answer my
sufficient-
questions.
I am being honest. It is very easy to alter one's recollection of events simply with the correct wording. I can talk to someone for a brief time and
Do you
convince them
have
that
any spells that are intended to affect memory within 2 miles
yes,
of
I have
here?
several at my disposal. I have several at my disposal as we stand here.
Okay, Andrew, I'm gonna go above the
Um,
table and say Naira's got an intelligence of 18. She knows how to fucking do this.
Okay. You are able to word your question in such a way that, yes, to basically force him to answer, and at which point his face kind of drops slightly, and you see him kind of like, yes.
Looks like everybody's walking around with blood on their hands, so to say.
Where
Execution, you
precisely?
said.
It's like, oh, so, well, where to where precisely? In my home.
Where
In
precisely?
a secret compartment on the second floor. But, in assuring my, but yes, I will say that I have them. You knew that already. But destruction is mutually assured in this case. I am only suggesting a way that we can all walk away happy.
What is Murdoch's involvement in this?
Murdoch? Ah, yes, well, he is a acquaintance of times past. He has sponsored several of my previous excursions. And, well, he was happy to sponsor my nephew's expedition when certain elements came to light. Measure of adjustment was necessary.
Element.
Well, such as the presence of your charming little band in the Dovashi Wilds.
Because your nephew was wrong. I was right.
If it pleases you to say so, then, well, yes, I suppose. The boy does have potential, but, well, he has spent a little too long in the bordellos of Barona to be truly living up to potential yet, but, well, what can I say? The apple falls not too far from the tree.
Did he?
Did you
I'm sorry.
cheat
Go
for him
ahead.
for his prestige or yours?
Well, since I am compelled to honesty, I must say a little of both.
Did he
I had
submit?
promised my
Did
sister that. Oh, sorry, go on.
Go ahead. You had promised your sister.
I had promised my sister that I would ensure his success at Torveni, and well, it seemed a direct path to doing so.
Did he volunteer or know what he was getting into with his memory being changed? Or did you do that without his knowledge?
The poor boy is naive. A measure of persuasion was necessary. Subterfuge, even.
Alright, he's a victim.
Hardly. Now, may I stand, monsieur?
Questions aren't over, but he does give him like the hands
Please.
raising up gesture. to-
Thank you.
Speaking of these spells, you said in a hidden compartment on the second floor. Where precisely?
Yes.
Is it where I found the journals?
No. Front hall. Now.
Front hall. Are there any traps?
Yes, but I trust you understand that this knowledge will do you no good. Your testimony will be compelled under the zone of truth. These actions will be known.
Okay. How do I disarm the traps? And she will be taking notes. And she will also ask about unlocking it.
And he essentially describes a panel inlaid into the chest of a statue that you will need to manipulate in order to open a hidden door without setting off a variety of particularly nasty traps, including the summoning of a number of the incorporeal spirits that you had already faced.
How long do I know, if we are able to find spell scrolls or things like that of modify memory, how long do they typically, what kind of buffer do I have? Is it the last 5 minutes? Is it the last hour?
Typically, at its base level, it is 10 minutes that must have occurred within the last hour. If more power is put into the spell, essentially if it is cast at a higher spell level, then that increases the amount of time that can be affected, as well as the period in which that period must have occurred.
Then through the connection, she's going to get a little bit excited, and she's going to turn to the rest of the group, and she goes, I don't think that this is over. If we can get back to the house, I might be...
Is this through the connection?
Yes, through the connection.
Okay.
Sorry, I just meant to say it needed to be 10 minutes within the last 24 hours, not within the last hour. That was my bad.
Okay,
Better.
So yeah, even better. we can adjust about 10 minutes of his memory, if he's got the spells that I'm thinking of. Which means we can erase from his memory that this moment happened, which means he won't know to tell people that we use suggestion. He does keep going on and on and on about being put under a zone of truth. However, there is a stipulation to that I can demand that I'm only asked specific questions, specifically the questions that Elon was asked under the zone of truth, and there's no way that they were asked about this.
Go, 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 go.
Okay, let's go.
He would turn and then just say,
Well, Lorium wants to ask a question too, real quick.
We got a 10-minute window that we can change, so we want to ask him some questions.
Well, and you're the fastest. That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
you could run,
you
get
guys
it,
can go.
put her on, come back.
All right.
Tristan is gonna fly down beside Naira and put his wing down so she could get on top of him.
I think I might run faster than you fly.
Fair enough.
I think. What is your fly speed?
I believe it's 60 feet.
80 feet.
Oh, never mind. 80 feet.
Is that with a? Can you dash? Is that with a dash or is that standard?
That's standard.
Oh, then actually no, you do go faster.
Hop on!
Although I just realized I'm not on that connection, am I?
No, you're not. So, and she would probably just rely on herself to sprint. So.
Naira takes off at a sprint. I will say, Tristan, seeing this, you can kind of basically fly down and sort of, Superman armpit her um, up and to get her there even faster and like kind of deposit her in the window that you smashed through.
He said the front hall, right? Can I?
On
Yes,
the
on the
second
second
door?
floor.
On the second floor.
Oh yeah. Then yeah, I'll scoop her up and bring her to the window.
Okay.
To the wall.
Absolutely not.
Lorium would just ask him, have you used any of these forbidden magics to alter memory on anyone else?
And he kind of looks at you in some surprise and says, "Ah, so I assume she is the only one who actually bothers to read anything here. Ugh. Oh, knows. Yes, of course I have."
What are the
Who are
names
all
of
of
all the
they?
people? Yep.
And
Um,
what did you alter?
and he just kind
on them?
of he kind of gives you a look and he just goes, "You know, in total honesty, which your friend can attest to, I do not recall."
What are the names of those you recall?
Oh, well,
Modifying the memory of.
goes, "Oh,
God, let's start writing them down.
well, let me think." And he, give me a insight check with advantage, everyone, except for Naira and Tristan, who are flitting away.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh my god, Lorium has the highest.
Lorium for the win.
And also, while we're still within range, because it shouldn't actually take us long. We could only dimension door 500 feet, right?
yeah, you're only about like 550, maybe 600 feet from the house. So yeah, you get there within like 20 seconds.
And when we were in range, Naira probably shot over the connection at least a couple more questions that she would like asked.
Okay, if you want to pop those in Discord, they can ask them, or you can just out. However, Lorium, you as he begins to answer your question, he begins to try and basically delay and dissemble. He mentions a name and then starts to talk about the circumstances that he recalls about altering the memory of the name. Launching into this tale of talking about like what he did with this person, the truth of the matter, what he then altered the memory to be. You realize very quickly he is basically just trying to kind of delay you.
He would say very quickly, what are the names of those you recall modifying the memory of? And only the names, no stories.
And he does begin, like, again, he kind of tries to sort of fight through the suggestion for a brief period as the question settles into his mind. And begins to list off quite a large number of names. He gives you at least 7 or 8 that are kind of I don't actually think any of you would necessarily recognize them. But yeah, he does list off about a dozen names in total.
One of the questions that she would have said is, "What other crimes have you committed? Like felonies, whatever that would be, the equivalent of capital crimes."
And he would want to give these names to Naira to see if there are any key people
Okay.
in the city or
Okay.
anywhere else.
I will say that like the amount of time it takes for him to be dissembling and then for you to realize that, get him back on course and everything like that. Like Naira is out of range at that point, but you have those names at your disposal to give to her when she gets back.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
What do you
Um,
know about this cult? They seem to be rather obsessed with the number 5.
the cult? A cult of the number 5? Sounds extremely tiresome, but I can, in all honesty and with some relief, say that I know nothing of them.
Uther shrugs at that. Well, perhaps you're not tied in with everything wrong. Just a little bit of
You all realize
manipulating.
that none of this testimony is at all admissible. It matters not what I confess to. I am under the effects of a great deal of mind-altering magic.
Uther just kind of smiles at him and says, "You think my authority comes from anywhere around here?"
Oh no, no, I simply do not care about your authority. There, you are wherever your authority comes from. You are not there. You are here. And whatever events transpire, whatever is that takes place here, if I am, well, whatever testimony you give, it will involve me. And that means you are working in in the courts that give me my authority. Any accusations you make, they must be presented to these courts, unless you wish to spirit me away across the border, and well, that will present its own difficulties, I can assure you.
Through the mind piece. Judge, can I kill him?
No.
If you punch him during the time frame that we're going to erase, he won't remember that punch, right?
Where's Elon?
Oh yeah, good question.
Anyway, oh, is that another question that you are? So, Naira, you sent what other capital crimes has he committed, and where is Elon as your 2 questions before you got out of range? Okay. So who is asking him that?
They're like, lol,
Sure.
nobody.
Sure.
Lorian? Okay. So which do you ask him first?
The shorter one. Where
Where is Elon?
where exactly is Elon?
He kind of shrugs and goes, I assume, well, he has been staying in the boathouse most of the time, but if he is not there, then I assume he is wenching around Perona. He has become accustomed to the benefits of being associated with a man of my stature. What can I say?
Boathouse would be somewhere on the property.
He goes, yes, yes. Over by the river. It may shock you to learn.
I hate this man. You do a really good job of it. And then he would ask the what?
The other
Yeah, what exact capital crimes have you committed? Just the titles. You don't have to go into details yet.
Oh, well, but the details can be so much fun. But very well, if you insist. Well, I mean, grand larceny, certainly. Theft, yes, of many very, very important things. Are you certain you do not want the details? They can be most lascivious.
Yep. Keep listening.
Very well. Well, at least 1 or 2 murders, certainly, yes. The forbidden magics, naturally, but I assume you are already aware of at least a portion of those. Hmm. Well, smuggling, little bit here and there, but I don't know. Perhaps, potentially, that would be capital. Oh yes, if I'm smuggling that, definitely capital. And he continues on in that vein for some time.
If I were to consider you my kind of scumbag, and we were able to drop both of this in court, you having your nephew withdraw, both of us keeping our mouths closed, You think you could stop an unnecessary war from happening? Put what ability you have, your thumb on the scale? We could come out of this looking like heroes, especially if we all get our cut. Listen, you're a bit of a snake in the grass, and we seem to have caught you. But it doesn't mean I can't let you go, and you can be my friendly little snake in the grass.
A man of reason and intelligence at last. Well, let me see. I cannot claim that I have any great political power, but I am a man of the people, well beloved. And yes, I do believe that we'll give a performance or two. Talk of peace and equity and the unity of the harassing coast. The heyday of the strengths of the unified empire. Such speeches given at the right parties, I'm sure a man such as yourself knows the power that they can have.
Sir nods at that. Does Naira grab the thing?
Yeah, do I?
Right, so I am bringing you back over to this one. Doo-doo-doo. So Tristan, you arrive, depositing Naira on the bed here. I'm going to keep all of your other tokens here just so you can kind of have vision. He described the location over here. And indeed, you do see in between the two kind of enclaves where the statues that came out and fought your party were standing. There is a third that is still standing inert, and on its chest there is what seems at first glance to be just an ornately inlaid representation of armor. But with his description guiding you, you are very clearly able to see the marks of the mechanisms that he described.
I would like to disable any traps and open the doors.
And yeah, you perform the maneuvers that he described, and the door kind of
Oh shit.
slides across to
hate
reveal a small enclosed space where, yes, you see a chair bolted to the floor. The chair itself obviously heavily inlaid with arcane runes and ritual markings, whilst those markings flow out and onto the floor around it. All of it forming a series of magical circles around the chair.
Huh.
Whilst on either side of it, a pair of mirrors form kind of an infinity hole across the chair itself.
I guess it did not come up when I questioned him what kind of magic it was. I guess I didn't ask if it was a scroll.
He was being deliberately vague, and unfortunately, no.
Yeah. Then I will run the fuck back, I guess.
Okay, before you go, in the moment that you take to kind of take all this in, please roll me a Arcana check. Oh, 30. Holy shit. um, you, with the kind of mechanics of the Modify Memory spell already on your mind, the energy flows, the interactions of various schools of magic that are necessary to produce these effects, though you do not have, at this point, the ability to utilize them, you have studied them and are familiar with them. And with a 30, holy shit, as in even just the few moments that you have to take this in, you are able to glean an immense insight into the function of this chair and this room as a whole. This chamber has been created specifically to enable the use of modified memory on a subject that was placed in the chair with far greater than normal effect. Without like a more in-depth study, it would be impossible to say what any potential limits of that or anything would be. But even at just a glance, like you recognize the runes that are carved into the chair, into the floor around it. You recognize the geometry of the mirrors and the runes that are laid upon them, and all of it flashes through you in a moment, and you kind of recognize this theoretical structure and the implementation of it that you see here.
Okay, do I believe I would be able to use it?
With a 30, yes, absolutely you do.
Then I run back out.
Okay, and I assume you're getting to within like messaging distance of the party.
Yeah, and I will announce that I was apparently an idiot who forgot to ask some very crucial questions. And I need him back at the house.
All right. In that case, look towards Uther and through the connection. Gag.
He's kind of stuck here for some hours, but he's not going to follow us anywhere. And as soon as that happens, magic's going to start flipping out. We might lose our chance at any type of deal.
Well, boss said she needs him there. You want to ask him anything else before we inevitably have to move him?
What's your most embarrassing and humiliating story about yourself? Take that in and be like, damn.
Once again, he battles against the magic for a few moments, and then once more seems to be trying to kind of tell an overly detailed context, like set an overly detailed scene for the story, trying to kind of wax so lyrical that the story kind of loses cohesion and meaning.
What's the bullet point of it?
Well, give me a. Well, no, actually, I'll say that Lorium caught him in this trick already, so yeah, you would kind of recognize it as it happened. And yeah, he tells you some story from his childhood, when he was, did some horrifically embarrassing thing. One of those things that, you wake up at 2 a.m. cringing about.
He's your little pee-pee boy now.
Come on,
All
Pookie.
the dirt on him.
As you would just go, all right, Lorem, we're gonna take him over there to get.
Yeah, but hold on. Let's see. Boss, you got anything else to ask him before we totally break the spell by doing some bullshit?
No.
And he
And
looks
also,
like he's kind of
seems to want to
twitching
make
a little
some
bit.
type of deal with us.
Shield, you got
Yeah.
anything?
He wants to make a deal with us because he knows that he has this bullshit in his house, and he probably has figured out that I might be able to use it. And just tell him we're gonna bring him back to the house. See what he does.
Before that, he will ask, Shield, you got anything to ask?
No,
That was quick.
I want nothing to do with this.
Right. All right, Devil, you got the honor.
Hey, let's continue this talking within the house. Let's go. Stick close by. Starts running. Because I said stick around and answer all my questions.
You did. That does not include following you. Actually, well, give me an intelligence check.
Okay.
Or wisdom, whichever you prefer.
They're the same.
And I will say that Wander and Lorium, the two of you can do the same.
Okay. Wisdom. 13. A lot better.
So, Wander, you realize that the phrasing of the suggestion compelled him to this place and to honesty. It would not compel him to, and especially since you are familiar with the way that suggestion works, having previously seen it utilized, and I believe it's on your spell list as well. Correct?
It's not on mine, no.
It's not. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you are still at least somewhat familiar with it, having seen Uther utilize it in the past. The phrasing of the spell would not compel him to follow you, and especially if he knew, like, he knows what is in his house. That could very easily be considered, like, obeying a instruction to return there could very easily be considered a personal danger.
Good to know.
So what's the call, Naira, Lauren? We're gonna try and drop him so we can drag him back? Well, weak him enough?
I'm certain
We
Lorium
could.
could just hold him.
We could just gag him.
And you
There
might
was a
have
connection.
magics left.
Gag him, tie up hands.
He's not going to do that necessarily willingly. As soon as we go for the tie-up, he's going to want something more.
You can kind of see, like, he can see you all sort of, your lips moving as you have this whispered conversation with each other. And his eyes are, like, darting very carefully and very suspiciously among the group.
What's all of your favorite trees from most favorite to least favorite? And then continue the mental conversation.
Lauren will just be like, whatever you do, you have to go for the gag first. Some spells only need talking. Not many only need hand movement.
And Anara, I'll say that you can have arrived back at the group along with Tristan at this point. Kind of waves a greeting at you and goes, well, the oak, of course, has its drawbacks, but the strength of it is admirable, especially for shipbuilding and the like. Then, of course, you have the beech, which has a most charming color. Hmm?
Above the table. From the brief going over of the journals that I was able to do, did any names stick out at me as being at least equal in esteem to Sir Bellavere, if not maybe higher in nobility?
Give me a history check.
My passive's an 18, in case that is relevant.
Okay,
It should be.
Yes, there were a couple of names that stuck out to you. One moment.
Deep note.
Okay, so you did recognize the name Sir Ballaston, as well as the name Lady Delachon, both of which were briefly mentioned in one of the journals
What? Okay,
that you
before
were
I
able
do
to
something
rip
stupid,
through.
how were they referred to? Like,
Uh,
what do I know about them? How were they referred? Were their memories modified? I'm looking for leverage, so if you're about to tell me none of this is relevant, then it doesn't matter.
no, I understand. Um, essentially, Lady Delachon is referenced as somebody who essentially financed one of his more successful excursions in exchange for essentially a cut of what was found. However, he modified her memory of their negotiations in order to basically take a lot more than had been agreed upon. Sir Ballaston was a noted kind of similar to Sir Bellavere himself. Was kind of a noted adventurer, a warrior of some renown, who was who basically had his memory modified of their the events during a uh, basically during a dungeon crawl in order to have him remember Sir Bellavere as a brave and basically as a brave fighter who had saved his life during the fight.
And that was Lady Delachon and Sir Ballaston?
Yes, I will put both of their names in the chat. Oh, whoops.
So Naira's gonna walk up, and she's going to say, so, interesting news, gentlemen. Thanks to our host's cooperation here, I was able to locate the memory modification magics, and they're not as limited as I would have imagined. They could be. In fact, this is probably the most powerful memory modification magic I personally have ever seen. Now, he's very cocky, and I am saying this out loud. He's very cocky because he seems to believe that he has the power here. But I suspect that's because he is a fraud and has never actually done anything worthwhile in his life, so he doesn't know what it feels like to have people owe him favors. Now, I wonder how Sir Ballaston and Lady Dalashon would react to knowing that their memories have been modified by the magics that are in your house. Now, Wander, we do still have the ability to contact the Queen, do we not?
As I check my shit.
You give me an insight check.
Who?
All of you, if you like.
I would love to, but Tanara will say, I can.
4.
That's 20. Himbo powers. Okay.
So, you all do see a moment of kind of fear flash across his face. Before he says, I imagine that they would be none too pleased, certainly. Yes, from a certain point of view, you do most certainly have me, shall we say, by the balls.
Yes,
However,
we do.
that does not alter the facts of what you have done here, what your man here has done to me.
Of course it does. Don't be dumb. Do you think that the amount of people that you have screwed over with your magic outnumbers you, sir? Are
No.
you out of your mind?
No, I do not.
They're
No.
not gonna care what we did to get this information. What they're gonna care about is that we got this information, and that it provides them with this with proof and evidence that you have defrauded them and the people forever.
Well, yes, you could destroy me. Of that I have no doubt. I have known that from the moment you threw the journal at my feet. However, the fact remains you have used forbidden magic upon me. And regardless of what happens to me, I will ensure that that is known. So, yes, you can destroy me. I admit it, and cast my...
Can I roll, I guess, an insight check or something to see if I actually believe that, like, us having the favor of everybody who's ever been mentioned in these journals and being able to reveal all his lies and being able to reveal that he had this kind of epic magic in his house and all that, if somebody's actually going to be like, yes, but naughty, you also use suggestion for just this reason, to just get the truth out of him. Do I actually think that we're on the back foot here?
Because technically, zone of truth would be the same thing
I mean, right?
But they aren't.
in this scenario.
Go ahead and roll me, first of all, roll me a history check. Nice, okay. And now roll me an insight, and with a 27, definitely roll with advantage for a, an, shall we say, adjusted difficulty class. Holy balls. There would definitely be consequences for, if at least Uther. Those consequences would very likely not be too severe. In terms of, basically, Uther would no longer be welcome, shall we say, in certain echelons of society.
That's
He would
pretty severe
basically be
considering
considered
his
a kind of
mission.
a social pariah. Say again?
I said that's pretty severe considering his mission.
He would be to some degree considered a social pariah. In terms of like actual legal consequences, no. The amount of political favor you would be able to kind of gather with this, there would basically be no way that you would face any, as long as you maneuvered correctly, you would absolutely be able to leverage that political favor into a minimization of any potential criminal consequences.
We could pull the trigger on it. Have Wander send a message if he could to a connection with Vanya, the auntie, and have it informed that they need to be cured, that their mind's been messed with. Could be a way of even proving ourselves to winning some favor and acting as secondary outside agents. Probably could come off as just a pariah. I wasn't entirely aware. I thought we were in open combat. My bad, kind of thing.
Would I know that remove curse would affect modify memory?
That is something that you guys were already aware of. Yeah, Naira rolled a Arcana last session, I think, and I think Wander also rolled a Religion check. That so yes, you are aware of the potential for remove curse and similar magics to undo the effects of modify memory.
Would we know if greater restoration would have, forgive the word, a greater effect, or if remove curse would be just as sufficient?
we'll say that Naira, with the 30 that you just got on your Arcana earlier, plus I think on your previous Arcana you got like a 20 plus. I would say that you would be aware that for a standard modify memory, there's essentially no difference between remove curse or greater restoration. However, given the greater effect of the chair, it might be possible that remove curse would simply kind of reveal the damage rather than actually fix the issue. And so greater restoration might be necessary under some circumstances to properly undo whatever had been done.
Nice. This is going to get expensive.
Whatever, we need to make a decision now because we can only. Oh no, I don't seem to think that it'll only be 10 minutes, so at least we've got time.
You can see him kind of like almost twitching a little bit as he's fighting this suggestion on his mind to stay here. It's just...
He's also still listing his favorite trees.
Is there.
He's finished with that list.
That bastard isn't a tree hugger.
Oh, sorry, Naira.
I'm gonna look at him and I'm gonna say, is there anything else that you know that would put you at further disadvantage in this situation?
And if so, what are they?
I was gonna ask that next.
He kind of just shrugs. You have my journals. You have explored my house. I cannot think of possible further disadvantage I could get.
Now,
I'm willing to
What?
give you all that you apparently desire, Solveni.
I'm sorry, Andrew, you cut out?
As I said, I am willing to give you all that you desire at Solveni. The full weight of my word behind your cause. I would not do so if I saw any potential advantage for me.
No, you weren't gonna give me everything that I wanted, because what I wanted was the revelation that your family was a fraud, and so unless you're willing to do that, we have a problem. But above the table, did I ask that well enough to know that there is nothing else for us to learn that could give us further advantage, or did he just outsmart me again?
With 28 on your insight, no, he seemed to be genuine. Like, he's just like, no, you guys, like, I am, I'm basically naked right here.
Alright, so what do you want to do?
Said Naira.
We could attempt to talk to some of the folks, as well as Elon, but while doing that, he'd fuck around.
I don't know,
You're blinking?
well, I'm not as smart as Naira, and we have
But you've told us about the chair.
Yes. I'm sorry. Can I have a 5-minute break? Is that a possibility?
Sure.
Sure. Gives me time to sip coffee.
Gives us time to think of what you want to do to him.
I mean, because if we leave him, he's totally gonna go around and fuck with shit. If we modify memory, as long as we could do it in a way where that's not going to come up, could be good. Right? I met with the Hall of
Yes.
Science. I want to hear Nick's opinion. But he's been muted this whole time.
Ka!
Nick,
No, I mean, as a player, I do think we have a couple, like, if we could get him in the chair and modify his memory of this, that could be helpful. I mean, we do run the risk of, if anybody ever tries to greater restoration him, it gets undone, but at that point, he might have been disgraced enough that it wouldn't matter.
And we could truthfully mention that the reason for using the chair against him is to give us time to set the groundwork.
Yeah. And yes, Tyler, I did prepare greater restoration. That is why I did not cast any fifth level?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, spells. But I was an animal for most of the time, so that was helpful too. Because I mean, that's the. No matter what we do, I think we're gonna have to kind of take a leap of faith either way, because depending on how this plays out, like he said, we might put Uther at a disadvantage in the society, but we could come out of it with a lot of like social pull, so it might balance out. It just depends on, I guess, what we'd like to get out of this.
And as well, like, just Uther's, like, you know, being hung's one problem, but like being, should I say, like a renegade, he can deal with that. That's not like a huge disadvantage that couldn't be overcome, so to say. You know what I mean?
No.
Mhm.
So even if we do have to navigate that, I'd be confident Uther could handle that. You know what I mean? Enough to be like, well, there's all the reasons I did it. That would have been allowed, thinking that he was doing these kind of things. And look, we were able to prove all of it. So that's why we, you know, it's fire with fire. Shrug. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
and like I said, even if it's exiled, maybe it'd be like, okay, fine. Just as long as I can get guaranteed passage to the Karax. And then it's like, okay, fine. Because I'll try and, you know, whatever. I'll try and open up more trade with you and the dwarves and whatever things. It's like,
Mm-hmm. Like we have, like I said, I think we have possibilities. It just depends on how we'd like to go about it, and I guess how, because I mean, I don't think we will, but if we accept his deal, Naira gets her reinstatement. I don't think anybody here wants to take that deal. And if we prove that he's a liar and can kind of obfuscate, that was a word, the our suggest or Uther's suggestion spell, it puts us in a better position, and Naira will still be able to keep her station in the college.
Well, I have a goofy way around that anyway.
Oh.
No, literally just one of us take down a bunch of notes in a journal before the shit happens, away from him. Like, hey, just detailing the events of today. You could even go ahead and rip out some of the pages of his journals that are meaningful. Give them back. You might not know for a bit. Like, hey, we went to this house. Memory was modified due to an incident. Cast greater restoration on yourself, and then Lorem just has a piece of paper that says, "Tell Naira to read her fucking journal." That way, we would still have the knowledge of what went on as well as him. And Naira's reinstated.
Mm-hmm. And I guess we should also.
While you guys talk about this, I'm gonna step away and just use the restroom really quickly. Be right
No
back.
problem.
We should also, I guess, find his nephew. Because
Well, yeah, we know where he is.
yeah, if we can greater restoration him, that shores up our side of things.
Yup. Hey, remember when you're...
And if he tries some fuckery, there is a chance I could just tell him to dance for the next 8 hours. Dance in place for the next 8 hours and go. Throw down. Throw down. Throw down.
Yes, let's use more illegal magic. Yes.
I'm just saying, then it gives us a time pool as well if we need it. You know
Yeah,
what I
true.
mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because if we can set the board because, did it twice.
Yup. And then we could still pull through with the normal plan for Elon where Naira's hiding somewhere and it's just like Uther and Wander and Tristan, well, all of us just meet him. Like, hey, remember that place you went to? Yeah, there was some outbreak there. We're just gonna cast a greater restoration on you just to make sure, alright? That you don't got anything nasty, okay?
Right? And then he'll be like, oh, I remember now. I guess I was forced to have my memory modified. Or volunteered. That's still a little vague.
He said the boy was naive.
I didn't realize how vague those answers could be. I thought that, I thought this was one of those things that if, we're asking for truth, he has to give us what he knows to be truth. He can't dance around it on a technicality and be like, well, technically it was
No.
true.
Well, even with Zone of Truth, you can do that.
Yeah. It's like the whole thing is it's that like dancing with Fae, right? Where they can't lie, but goddamn are they not going to give you like a straight truth?
It's like the Pinocchio scene in Shrek. No one. Come on, someone.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Where his nose keeps growing.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's just like, well, I definitely don't not know where Shrek is.
Well, I don't know where he's not.
Yeah, that.
But frustrating nonetheless.
He is literally a professional liar.
Even
No,
so,
there's
truth,
an
you can
idea.
be evasive. What's that?
Well, we could murder him and then modify our own memories.
I mean, every
Naira
time he's spoken
says-
so far.
Out loud.
And I'm not like you can keep that 28. For the first time, there is this moment of like genuine, tremendous fear on his face. I'm just like, oh shit, I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, we don't fuck around.
Caw!
He's like, no, let us all be reasonable. There is no need for such extreme measures. I am certain you would not wish to subject yourselves to such things unless it was entirely necessary. As I said, there are plenty of ways for us all to come out of this terrible situation with what we wish.
No,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you understand, because what you wish and what I wish are in direct contradiction. See, what I wish is for my reputation and name to be fully restored, and the truth of what happened to come out. So unless you can say that your wishes and my wishes align in that remark, we cannot get what we both want. And my dear husband here, he's so good to me. And she smiles, Luther. And she says, he always makes sure that I get what I want.
In all honesty, while the maintenance of my reputation and position in Abic Nocera would be ideal, I am compelled to honesty. And let me say that, in truth, my greatest desire is to be removed from the presence of this charming and large gentleman with the glaive as quickly as possible. So, how about this? I leave. You never see me again. You take the journals. You take my nephew if you wish. And my cat knocks my camera off the monitor. Thank you for that.
The cat has spoken.
Sorry about this. Okay. Here we go. Okay. You take my journals. You take whatever you wish from my house. You simply let me go. I was running before you caught up with me. I can run again. There is no need for any of this conversation to ever come to light.
What do you think, honey? I do think that we can
Intend on just letting it all go. What, you want a pet snake? As he turns to Naira.
Well, I think we keep him around until we at least found Elon and can make sure that we can correct his memory. I'd like to see how he responds to the fact that it's been modified.
You know, maybe when we leave, we'll roll a piece of die to see who we correct first. As he turns. So, yes or no for the pet snake?
Pet snake? What on earth are you talking about? And did I, as the DM, miss something? Sorry, above the table. Was there a mention of a
No,
pet
I'm
snake?
saying there's the guy's a snake, and
Oh.
so
He's asking Naira if she wants to
there's
keep him.
one route that it's like, hey, if you want to keep him, we can use him, kind of similar to how we have the guild, the thieves guild kind of thing. But so I'm going, do you want a pet snake? And if she goes no, then it's like, well, let's start the burn then.
would you agree if we keep you alive, Sir Bellavere, that you would owe us a great deal?
Certainly.
Because that is part of the bargain that I would consider. Is that should we ever need to leverage Sir Bellavere's reputation or connections, that we will get to do so without question.
Well, I can hardly in a position to object, am I?
And then through the connections, so what do we think? We keep his journals, we keep all the evidence, but we keep it private and use it for our advantage?
I mean, sure, in the end, Elon's whole thing's gonna come out.
Something that would occur certainly to Naira. Exposing Elon would necessarily involve exposing at least a portion of Sir Bellavere's operation.
I mean, depending on what we convinced him to say.
I mean, like we said, he could just run.
I mean, he could just withdraw his petition, could he not? Just say, he no longer wants to submit and agrees that it's a fraud. He wouldn't necessarily, I mean, right?
Is that a question to me, DM?
Yes. Do I think that that would
Yeah,
like
that
if
would.
he withdrew,
Yeah,
then...
like you. If Sir Belavere could persuade Elon to withdraw his thesis, yeah, like if Elon was under whatever circumstances withdrew his thesis for consideration, then yes, it would remove any potential conflict with yours. So whilst there would definitely still be questions in the minds of some of the faculty, there would be no official kind of objection.
Honestly, it's your call.
Yeah, Naira, it's your call. He's kind of your background character and arc kind of thing. So
he's completely out of my... This has not got anything to do with my backstory.
I just meant it's related to your case going on.
yeah, your case, and he was your hero for a while, and all that.
Yeah, I know. The problem is that I don't have an 18 intelligence, and I don't know what to do. So...
It's D&D. Remember, there's no correct decision. There's just the decision you make. Both of them have outcomes. And you just go, this is the one I want to see move forward. And we'll deal with it either way. Do you want to burn him or do you want to have a pet snake? Which the problem with having pet snake is he might bite us later. But also he might be useful and bite other people. Or we let him run and he disappears and whatever. And all three of them, like, maybe he leaves and I said shit about the cult, so he goes and joins the cult and he comes back super trying to fuck us, and taking everything over. But it's the cleanest cut right now, and that's one of the fun things about D&D is you just commit to the decision and you own it, and then who knows? It'll be okay.
Just to summarize the options that you guys have discussed so far. First of all, you could simply ally yourself with Sir Belavere in some form. He has agreed that he would be willing to, depending on various other factors, either completely abandon his nephew, allow his conjure a situation where both his nephew and Naira were able to move forward in Sorveni, and then be in some ways allied with you whilst you maintained your leverage over him through your possession of the journals. There is also the option that Naira suggested of kill him, modify your own memories about this subject. There is also the fact that, with regards at least to the situation at Sorveni, you can only be compelled to answer the same questions that Elan answered whilst under the influence of a zone of truth. With regards to anything outside of that, that would depend on, how that situation evolved, what, investigations or other matters took place outside of the bounds of the investigation at Sorveni.
Was Naira's suggestion about killing him and modifying our memory, was that bluff or was that serious?
Oh, she didn't make it clear either way. Like, she said it out loud so he could hear, and that's really all you know. But
Would
you
an
know,
insight
roll an
check
insight.
perhaps do anything? Yeah.
There is
Yeah,
also the
20.
option of, simply dragging him back to the house and modifying his memory in some way as to remove the leverage of the suggestion spell.
A 24?
No, you don't believe she was seriously considering that even for a second.
Okay.
The funny
with a
option is modifying his memory.
With a 24, you don't think she's actually ever really seriously considered using the spell, using the magic at all. You think that she is using that for leverage. She's not intending to ever touch his memory.
See, that would be the funny option, seeing as how everything is triggered in his house at the moment. And 2 of his guys are dead. I vote we take the renegade option of having him alive with leverage and just admit to the lies. If he needs to, heavy air quotes, convince Elon, I'm sure he'll do it. That is with, of course, the direct testimony right now that he will do it truthfully.
I mean, he's gonna do whatever puts him in the most advantageous position and keeps him where he's at. Because that's the slippery kind of bastard he is.
We will keep these journals in a lead box.
For what it's worth, I like, as a player, I can tell you, like, Tristan's not going to go for killing, and Tristan's probably not, well, Argent is probably not going to be happy with modifying the memory. So my vote would be for kind of a tenuous deal, but Tristan is the newbie, so
Well, if we're voting, I'll vote Alliance.
Okay, and to make it, more difficult, Uther will vote for exposure. Like, I'll deal with it, whatever. I did magics. Make me a pariah. That makes me look cool. Why do you think I smoke? So I'm cool.
That is also an option. But just being like, sure, fuck it. We casted a spell on you to get truth. Just
Yeah.
like zone truth. We did naughty slap us on the wrist. However, you, sir, are fucked.
I mean, in terms of, yeah, like if Uther is, you know, okay, shall we say, with taking the social hit that would come with having used this magic, especially, you know, if political maneuvering was done with sufficient grace to minimize any damage that came out of it, then yeah, using the journals in that way would certainly be an option, and it would be the one that would be most kind of directly destructive to Sir Bellavere. Because it, like, that would, you know, he going to jail.
Yeah. It blows the doors off the whole thing. And I think he could play it as like, my apologies, I'm a lord, and a lord is allowed to do it where I'm from to get information and truth. You know what I mean? And take that pariah hit, so to say.
Well, then it sounds like you know what to do.
I mean, he has to stick around here for the next 7 hours and 45
7
minutes.
I mean, at this point, you have been talking to him for a little while, and you guys have been having kind of your earpiece conversation around him while he's sort of like just twitching with his desire to run, but unable to do so. So yeah, it's probably been about an hour of in-game time.
Should we just go head over to Elon?
Yeah, I vote let's go to Elon at the very least. Move this along.
Do you want Wander to send the message then? Let's start the burn, as he says, raising an eyebrow towards Naira. Exposure to the light.
What would the message say?
Heard it's the best disinfectant.
But Uther,
That-
sweetie, this is your spell. This is your call, not mine. I'm ride or die. I'm here for you in this instance, but it's your call.
I'll get you to your degree.
I don't care about my degree.
You did not too long ago. Listen, he'll just shake his head, smile, and go. What's the king's aunt's name?
Lady Loretta.
Loretta. Yeah.
Loretta, that's it. And he would say, Wander, would you mind contacting Lady Loretta and say we've recently realized that some of the lords of the summer court have been tampered with, and their names are blah and blah, and they'll need a greater restoration that we could deal with. And it was done by Sir Bellavere.
And we have proof of that if they will come to attend us at his house.
We could go and attend them.
Yes, but I can't move the spell. If they want to be able to see it, they will bring their arcane experts to see it for themselves.
Nods. It's not a bad idea then. See if they're willing to meet us here.
It would be more likely to set to you would know that it would be more likely to request kind of for essentially a subject matter expert to come here to verify your findings rather than the people themselves.
Will they also
unless
be able
you
to
know
see the last time it was used?
Probably not. Just from kind of examining the chair itself. But from the cursory kind of glance that you had through the journals, they did have, in some cases, details of when and where
Yeah,
the device was used.
I was kind of hoping that we would be able to prove we hadn't used it, but I guess not.
We could prove that in a questioning.
Could we?
That's when they're like, "Well, your memory's modified." It's like, "Okay, go ahead, cast Greater Restoration on me, dumbass." Go on, use the money. That's a matter that could be sorted out.
Yeah. So,
Hmm.
Uther, what do you think?
To send to Lady Loretta to get the agent here and
Yeah.
deal with all that. Yes, is what I think.
So you hear that, Sir Belafere? They're coming.
Well, you guys have been having this conversation over your earpieces, haven't you?
I don't think so. Have we?
No? Oh, okay.
Yes,
I
I
assume
have
Oh,
been.
okay, then we have.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would just, as you would say that, I would go, no, let it sink in first. It'll be way funnier. I want to see that moment his heart breaks. In his, but this is all going through. In
Like,
the earpiece.
you will be ruined. You will be driven from the kingdom.
Can you do that, Wander?
Yes.
Sir Bellavere, here's the thing. We're very good at what we do. We might take a small hit, but the fact of the matter is we're very, very useful to very, very powerful people. They will forget this in an instant, but they won't forget what you did, because you don't have any of the skill to back it up.
In fact, I think this will make me rather famous.
Honestly, we have a tendency to come out on top. I, I can't remember the last time that somebody told me something bad would happen and then it did. For example, I died and it turned out to be one of the best things that's ever happened to me.
You. I. Very well then. We shall see. Send your message or whatever it is you wish to do. Let the chips fall where they may.
Hey, do you know anything about some rocks that control minds?
Quoi?
It's a
What?
mineral that controls minds. You know anything about that?
I have heard of such things.
You got any
In
of them
fact,
on?
I should have mentioned, Naira, you actually did see a fragment of the black metal embedded into the headrest of the chair at the center of one of the memory runes.
Oh,
Well, there you go. Gundor is an undying ally to you. Be like, look what he did!
I apologize. I should have mentioned that at the time.
Assuming she passes that information over,
yeah, she would have. Yeah.
he'll just ask, how many pieces of that metal do you got? Anywhere in your possession or on your property?
Just what I have used on the chair.
And was it provided to you by someone?
It was.
Who?
Your illustrious patron, Sir Murdoch.
Glorious, even better.
Did he give you any sort of instructions for use?
No.
Do you know where he currently gets any?
I do not know where he gets any of it. He provided it to me as payment, that it would be useful to me, which it has indeed proved to be.
Have you used it on more than just Elon?
Of course.
Well, how long ago
is-
did you have this?
A number of years now. 3, maybe 4.
Hey, you wouldn't happen to know anything about Big Metal Cat, would you?
Big metal cat? No, certainly not. But listen, there is still time for us to come to an arrangement. We can all get what we wish out of this. It does not have to result in the destruction of anyone's reputation here. I can assure you, sirs. Though I understand that you may have disgust for me, I can be most useful to you with my reputation and position intact.
You still have to answer my questions, right? Right, sweetie?
Yes.
About how long would you say would it take you to betray us?
That would depend entirely upon the circumstances.
But you will. There are circumstances in which you would betray us.
I feel that at this point you have a good enough assessment of my character to know that I act in my self-interest. If it was in my interest to do so, then yes, I
So,
confess.
there is absolutely no reason to take you at your word. You are just telling us what we need to hear in order to survive this little encounter.
I am trying to express to you the mutually beneficial partnership that could grow from this unfortunate event.
Is there... I don't know how... This is...
What are you above the table? What are you trying to ask him?
I'm trying to get an idea of how much he knows he's definitely going to betray us. Like, he's obviously just telling us what we want to hear, right?
Oh yeah, 100%.
He's definitely
It
going to
would take
betray
about
us.
2 weeks.
Like
That's
the
That's
first
what I was sort
opportunity.
of expecting. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I was sort of expecting him to say. The first opportunity.
Well, he is trying to dissemble as much as possible. He is compelled to answer honestly, but he is not compelled to give direct answers.
Yeah.
I know.
However, with your kind of the insight checks that you guys have been rolling on him, yeah, you are very confident he would betray you at the first opportunity.
Anyway, Tristan, you can cast Greater Restoration, yes?
Tristan?
Yeah, I have the capability today.
So while this is being decided, Naira is going to kiss Uther on the cheek and say, I'm going to take the young Sir Tristan over here, and we're going to go find Elon and see if we can at least put one of these nightmares to bed, and try and solve the problem with Elon, and maybe he can uncomplicate this at least a little bit. You guys do whatever you need to do, okay?
Question. Tristan, do you have the material component necessary for greater restoration?
I do not, but I think we had talked about Wander was going to give it to me.
Sure. It's 100 gold pieces worth of dust.
Yes.
100 gold pieces worth of diamond dust, yes.
So I would assume after we slept and rested, and since I had told them I was going to do it, we would have, like, he already has it with him.
Okay, yeah, I'll say that's fine. So okay, yeah. So Wander, mark that off. Mark 100 gold pieces of the diamond dust off of your character sheet.
I have 50 left.
Okey doke.
Just give me a diamond. I'll grind it up against a rock. The rock.
Lorian's just like, it's like Lorian just kind of puts it there.
becomes a finer diamond.
Okay. So. Here we go. So we got our boy Lorium, Tristan, and Naira, Uther, Wander, and charming Sir Bellavere are remaining over here.
So I guess I will let Naira climb onto my back if she would like.
Or she will actually say, "Are you sure you want to stay as a bird? We don't need to get anywhere quickly. You can."
The bird will just shrug.
Can you?
Puppy excited.
Can you cast spells like that? She says with interest.
The bird will shake its head no.
Oh. Okay, well I'll let you do what you prefer. Would you like me to get on your back, or?
Yeah, he'll put his wing down so you can kind of climb up onto his back.
Okay.
And
Flies
then once...
directly over the water. Go ahead, fall.
No, that's mean. Tristan will fly kind of straight up, and then will kind of survey, looking for the boathouse. And then I'm guessing it's not too hard to spot.
I mean, yeah, like you can kind of, especially once you fly up a little bit. So as soon as you get over this little hilly area, yeah, you can very clearly see what looks to be. At one point, you assume it was like a mill that may have been utilized in the processing of the grapes or some such. And it may still serve at least a portion of that function, but it has very obviously been expanded and made into what looks to be a fairly kind of comfortable dwelling. Next to it, there is indeed a small dock with a number of small vessels. Mostly pleasure craft, from what you can see. There's two kind of smallish kind of launches that one or two people could fairly easily handle. That look to be kind of essentially, as I said, pleasure craft intended for just personal use. And there is also a larger vessel that looks sort of like a cargo ship, which you imagine would be related to the kind of working aspect of this as a vineyard.
Okie dokie. Well, he will he'll start flying them both over there. And does it look like there's lots of people around, or does it look relatively sparse?
It looks pretty quiet. There is a water wheel that is turning, and the boats are sort of rocking against the dock, but you don't see any sign of people moving around.
So he'll fly them over near it, but maybe like kind of around the like base, like a little ways away from it. He'll land, let Naira off, and then revert back to his humanoid form.
Okay. Are you still utilizing the Hat of Disguise to kind of appear as a sort of ordinary young squire?
Can I roll an intelligence check?
Sure.
Nope.
Okay.
Can I
He
help
will
with that?
if
Yeah, you would certainly be able to make the suggestion to him.
yeah, if Naira suggests it to him, he'll be like, "Oh, you're right," and like immediately transform into that squire disguise, and then say, "Thank you. You're so smart, Lady Naira."
Okay. So, as you approach the boathouse, as it has been named to you, you do see the front door it is closed, but it does appear to, like, you can see signs that it is inhabited. The drapes are pulled back, one of the windows is open, and you can actually hear what sounds like somebody strumming on a lyre within.
Awesome. Tristan will turn to Lady Naira and just say, do how do you want to go about this? Should we go with the story that Sir Lorium came up with, that he could have possibly contracted something and we need to heal him, or just rush in there and touch him and do it?
Well, I don't know. Do you have any ideas?
Um, well, it depends on which one of us is doing the talking, because I'm probably not the best person to convince someone of something. But I've seen you in all sorts of social situations, and you're very good at that. If you think he would listen to you.
Well, the problem with that is if he recognizes who I am, he might know that we are here to challenge him.
Oh, that's right. Um, I guess I could go up there and give it a shot,
Do I think
right?
charm person? Um, do I think that I would be able to sort of get that off, or would he automatically consider me hostile?
Necessarily hostile, no. Like, if he recognized you, you could expect him to be like standoffish, but there would be no expectation that, like, even if he did know exactly who you were, he would see you and just immediately be like on guard. Like, as far as you are aware, he would consider this purely kind of an academic dispute. He would probably consider your presence
Do I have any?
uncouth, but
Do I
not hostile.
do I have any reason to believe he would recognize me on sight? You said that we didn't really know each other.
No, I mean, you are a tabaxi, which, like, he would now know about you, or you would assume he would know about you, so he might surmise your identity. Um, but he certainly potentially wouldn't, like, know that you were you, if you approached him as somebody else.
Well, let's try charm person then.
All right, that sounds like a plan. And Tristan will start leading the way to the door of the place.
Now I forget how it
Um,
works in 5e. Can I charge the spell and sort of hold it like I'm concentrating, so I can just throw it at him when he answers the door?
yes, however, you would also be aware that this is, though considered a lesser offense than something like suggestion, also a forbidden magic.
I was
Charm
about to say, do you want to try talking to him first and then do it?
Okie doke. Yeah, sure.
All right, shall we? And Tristan will walk up to the door and he will knock.
There's a moment of silence. After a moment, the sound of the lyre stops as whoever was playing within hears your knock. There's a few moments of silence as you hear, or as you hear somebody moving around inside, and then you hear footsteps approaching the other side of the door, and it opens to reveal a young man. Looks to be kind of in his early to maybe mid 20s. Fairly fresh face, quite handsome. Got blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail that goes down to his shoulders. Dressed in quite casually in a nice shirt that looks as though he's got it kind of unbuttoned, rolled up sleeves, as though he was just sort of sitting around enjoying his afternoon. And as he answers the door, he actually has a glass of what you assume to be wine in one hand. He kind of goes through that. Yes. Who are you?
Well, my name is Billy, and I have been sent at the request of my Lord Lionsbane. They had heard tell of this plague that was coming out of the Dorvashi Woods, and there was a town, Oldwell, that was affected by it, and after hearing of your exploits in going there, they were worried that you might have contracted something as well, and they sent me, and I'll just kind of like do the light cantrip in my hand. I have some ability to heal, and as big fans of yours, they would like me to cast a greater restoration spell in order to prevent or make sure that nothing befalls a distinguished and established adventurer such as yourself.
Roll me a deception check with advantage, because you mentioned some very specific details there, which I'm a fan of.
Persuasion, right?
Deception.
You're right. It doesn't matter, they're the same.
Hey.
And I'm guessing it'd be too obvious if I guidance myself. Or could I have used
Roll me
guidance as the spell instead of
Roll
light?
me, yeah, I was gonna say, roll me a wisdom check, and I will say that if you beat DC 12, then you can have guidance to yourself as your kind of demonstration of power. Add your D4, sir.
Awesome. Okay. So deception. Pray, you guys. Oh, fuck yeah! I'm still gonna roll a d4.
Fuck it, we ball. That was not it. Oh.
He kind of listens to you talk and drains his glass, smiling. Goes, "Plans of my uncle, more like. But well, I do hope the town's all right. Is your lord dealing with it there?"
Not himself, but a couple of his retinue were, and that's what got him to be thinking of this sort of thing. And he's someone who likes to put back into the world that's, treated him so well. And Naira will take note that it's very subtle, but she'll notice that in little ways Tristan is kind of mimicking and copying the like subtle things she would do in conversation to like put people at ease.
And he kind of goes to the, you'll have to tell me how to get in contact with your lord. I don't suppose you can, I can send a message back with you of thanks. Do come in. Have you been to see my uncle? I'm sure he'll want to thank you himself.
Oh, yes, in fact, he was the one who told us where you were and sent us down here to the boathouse.
Ah, well, good. Then I assume he's promised you some sort of suitable reward. Well, but I will be certain to add my thanks to it myself. And you get the impression that he's actually slightly tipsy, like he's very much been enjoying his afternoon, as he sort of leads you into again rather a comfortably appointed sort of front room that's laid out as kind of a sitting area. There is on kind of the out on sort of a table in front of a long shay, you see a lyre that's been laid down along with a bottle of wine that's on the table and a selection of kind of sweetmeats and the like. And he says, "Do help yourself. I suppose. What do I need to do to avail myself of your healing, my good man?"
Oh, well, all you need to do is just stand right there, and he'll get out the necessary components, and he'll start. He'll put them in his left hand that has the bracer on it, and he'll start sprinkling the diamond dust onto his head. And Naira will notice that one of the prayers on his bracer starts to light up, and it's the animal shape is like a phoenix, and it has this like hexagon around it, and that prayer starts to glow, and then as the last of the dust leaves his hand, he'll put his 2 fingers on the center of Elon's head and does almost like a pinching motion and starts pulling, and this like almost silvery ethereal unicorn's horn starts coming out of his head, and at the very tip of it there's this like dark circle, and then he'll grab the unicorn horn by its base and break it. And then as it breaks, Elon's kind of head goes back and his eyes flash like the light that like a subtle version of the light that's in Tristan's eyes when Argent is there. And
his head snaps back, his eyes blazing with this power. You see it kind of shudder down through him, almost like a wave passing over his skin as your spell suffuses through. And rather than settling after it, his head remains back, and his whole back tenses, arching backward as he goes. His hands come up, clutching his head, and he falls to his knees and lets out a scream.
And Tristan will kind of kneel down before him and just put his hand on his shoulder, and it's almost like a mixture of Argent and Tristan's voices that comes out and just says, there, child. The harm done against you has been erased.
It wasn't. It wasn't. Why did I? And he looks up and now like his gaze focuses on Naira, and we should probably actually wait for Naira to get back now, because this next bit's definitely going to involve her.
Quick, like 2-minute break though.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take a quick break.
Andrew, just a fun fact. The pentagon, or no, I think it's a hexagon, in heraldry means health. I did
Good
my
to know.
research, sir.
Imagine doing research for character background. Ew. No, I'm kidding.
Nerd.
You met me? Do you remember my cards?
Yes. I love them.
Sorry,
What?
I broke one of the cards.
It made
Oh,
for a
no.
great moment.
I forgot you just crumpled it up. You literally had a fuck your cards nerd moment.
What is this nerd shit?
And then I was like, oh no, my nerd shit. I guess I'll have to make a new one. Do, 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 do.
Give me a reason to draw art. Oh no.
Okay. So, Naira, you have seen Tristan cast this spell. Tristan falls to his knees, letting out this soul-felt scream. Before Tristan kneels and lays his hand on his shoulder, at which point he kind of looks up. He's like, that bastard! Why would he? And he looks up and sees you, and kind of he seems to kind of shake himself, and his eyes focus on you. It's you're her, aren't you?
Oh, I suppose that depends on who you are talking about, sir.
And he kind of, you're Naira, right?
You may call me Lady Lionsbane.
And he kind of straightens, and he sort of looks. He's looking around in confusion, and he's just like, I don't. I swear to you, I didn't know. Seems to be genuine. It's like he's obviously very kind of off kilter, and it's hard to tell like how exactly what he's feeling. He's obviously very confused and feeling a lot of things right now. But he seems to be telling the truth. As he says, when we got there, I thought it was just another plundered ruin. I didn't know it was you. Why? Why did he? Why would he have done this?
He claimed it was because he was charged with making sure you were a success at Sorveni. We can't hear you.
Essentially a series of colorful expletives. As he just goes, I didn't need this! I didn't need this! He turns and he just throws the glass that was in his hand, smashing it against the wall. He goes, I would have been able to succeed! That bastard! I withdraw my thesis, I swear. I promise.
That's great to hear. I appreciate that. Know that he had no faith in you because he had no faith in himself. Do you know how many times he's done this?
What do you mean? To me? Or
both?
He turns and moves over to a cabinet, takes out a glass, and rather shakily pours himself a very full measure. We're just like, something tells me you have quite a lot to reveal. Would you care to sit?
You know what might be more fun?
I dread to think.
Why don't you come with us? You can ask him yourself.
If you will give me a moment to collect myself, I think I should like nothing better. And he turns and starts like buttoning up his shirt and seeming to try and compose himself. He looks around for a few moments, and you see him kind of don sort of the jacket portion of a suit of leather armor, basically pulling on a set of gear, picking up his lyre and slinging it over his shoulder, as well as strapping a rapier and a short sword to his around his waist. He goes, "Is he at his home?" I.
No, he tried to run like a coward.
Well, an hour ago that would have surprised me. Please, tell me what has happened.
How close are we to them?
About like 500 or 600 feet.
Okay.
It's like a couple of minutes walk.
And what did he ask?
He basically asked, "Can you tell me? Can you tell me what's going on?"
Yes. Well, short story is that he tried to defraud the school using you as a scapegoat, and he underestimated me and my friends.
But mostly her.
I hope that you will not think me impertinent to say. I believe that a great number of people have evidently done that.
This way.
Certainly.
As we walk over, Tristan's like, "Would you like to join the Lady Naira fan club?" But in all seriousness, as they're walking over, Tristan will just kind of turn to Naira and just say, "Thank you for allowing me to do that. It's always good when I can do something good for someone who needs it."
And she's gonna lean over and she's gonna give your sort of forearm a squeeze, and she's gonna go, "Honey, I didn't let you do that. I needed you to."
And I think as it takes him a second to process what you've said, he beams at you, and he just says, I'm also glad that I could help you, Lady Naira. I just thank you for allowing me to join your group."
And I'm like, "Whoa, now, buddy."
I can't wait to write a letter to my mother telling her all about this.
Like, this is our table.
You can't sit with us.
We committed tax fraud.
So anyway, a couple of minutes later, you have this discussion as you're walking back around the area of broken land to where you left the rest of your companions with Sir Bellavere.
Once I'm in range and can tell that the thing is working again, I will say, guess who we found? His head is right as rain now, and we're bringing him back because he has a few questions for his uncle.
Oh, that sounds rather nice. So what's all the song lyrics you know again?
In the meantime, Wander, have you sent to Lady Loretta?
I will. Let me
Okay.
get exactly what I sent. I will say though, as he pulls out his symbol to cast the spell, instead of the usual radiance that it glows with, it becomes slowly engulfed in, call it maybe a cubic foot of flame, and the flame slowly burns blacker and blacker before it starts forming into the letters. And he will send, putting it in general, this. Also, if I sound weird, it's because I have a tissue in my nose. I started bleeding suddenly.
Oh,
Oh,
if you need to take a minute.
Oh boy.
No. I don't know why, and it's been dealt with.
Happens
But
to me
that's
because of the change in weather.
that's what I send
Okay.
to Lady Loretta.
There are a few moments of silence after your message reaches her. And then you hear her reply, going, interesting. If you can furnish me with their names, action shall be taken. I hope you have no objection to me. Well, hang on. Just, I shall speak to the court. Agents will be sent to support.
What's done is done. I will also relay that to Uther and Lorian.
It looks like everybody gets to deal with their fuck ups. Top 10 favorite stories and their descriptions.
He just kind of looks like, ugh, rolls his eyes and just starts listing off a series of stories. Just see, like, very sort of angrily and venomously at this point.
What are your favorite fan theories? Like, just keeping it going. Well, I'm doing the frank conversation with the rest of them.
As this group arrives, Elon, once he kind of is within essentially shouting distance, basically about here, he immediately breaks into a run, rushing forward unless anybody tries to intervene. No?
I
Okay.
just yell out, "Don't touch him! Don't touch him!" as he starts running forward.
So he does kind of stop very clearly, like in restraining himself in the act of wanting to throw a punch. And he just looks at me and goes, do you know what you've done? I could have succeeded. It didn't need to be Morwen. You stupid fuck. And Sir Bellavere just like, Ilan! Quiet yourself. Were it not for me, you would have never got into that college to begin with. Be grateful for what I have given you already. I admit I may not have treated you entirely as I should, but do not forget what you owe me.
Oh, Elon, don't be concerned about that at all. If it weren't for Sir Murdoch, for example, I never would have gotten into Sorveni. It doesn't mean that my accomplishments are any less. It doesn't matter that he got you in. What matters is that he betrayed you and is now going to tarnish your reputation because he didn't have any faith in you.
Will you speak to the Dean? I swear, I didn't know. I had no part of this. I thought Morwen undiscovered when he told me that some clerk had uncovered a mistake in my translation. I was going to I was going to detail it in my thesis, list it as outside assistance, but it would have been enough. Will, I cannot ask it of you, but I must. Will you speak on my behalf? And he's saying this to you, Naira. I will answer any questions, to take any test you wish. I swear to you, I wanted none of this.
I presume you would be willing to continue to testify under zone of truth that this is the case and that he modified your memory to accuse me of cheating?
In a moment. And of course, my thesis shall be, well, withdrawn in its current form. Perhaps I shall be able to resubmit. I hope. Well, perhaps you would care to read it, see if you think there is any additional value in what I was able to learn.
You may want to pick a different topic.
Yes, I suppose I may.
You know,
Yes?
you may want to head down to Eldenham. There was a dragon there that had been corrupting the town, and I don't believe anyone has written about the impact or implications or even history of it.
Indeed. Could be worth an investigation, I suppose. I trust there is a story that I should list in my appendices.
Well, you will find out about who slew the dragon, of course. But that'll be a fun thing for you to discover.
Well, I thank you. But I suppose before then there is the. I will, of course, attend the inquest with you. I had received missive about it this morning. It is this afternoon, is it not? I had planned on attending.
It is. We would actually love it if you could attend with us.
Of course. And what of him?
Well, what of him? He's your uncle.
Well, is he going to be there? What do you intend for him?
Yes, what are you going to do if we just cut you loose? I mean, you might be able to get all the way to the border if you start running now.
Suppose that running does have an attraction?
Hell, you might be able to outrun this for a while. Cash in before it runs dry. But what would you do?
Well, there might be. Hold on. No, go ahead. I haven't fully formed that idea, so go ahead.
He says, I would run, of course. You have proven yourselves violent beyond my capabilities to overcome, so yes, I would run. May I begin?
I might have some more questions as I just raise an eyebrow towards
Through
the
the
rest of them.
connection.
Go.
Through the connection, Naira will say, what if we offer to have him voluntarily modify his memory? We can.
Elaborate.
He returns with us. We modify his memory of this instance.
We
He-
told Lady Loretta, so
Well, yes.
balls rolling.
We've told her that he is guilty, so we modify his memory of this moment. And perhaps.
And then turn him in for the rest.
Yeah, and perhaps can maybe modify his memory to implicate Murdoch. Murdoch was the one to give him those shards, was he not?
Yes. I just worry we're stepping in deeper. I'm one step in, and that's as far as we've gotten. Once we start dangling other ones out, it makes things a little bit more difficult.
Unless he could do that to himself, that incriminates all of us.
Indeed.
Okie doke.
Cut him loose then?
Or I could just, hold him here if you want.
Isn't that person coming to do the check? They're probably coming with guards, aren't they?
I'd assume.
Yeah, I'd assume so too. What do you say, darling? Give him a chance to run, or do you want him drugged back in? We're about to ruin everything. You want to take his life as well, or
No, it probably
leave him with Rex?
Reflects best on us if all we did during this time was get pertinent information and then give him a chance to do the right thing and watch him not do it.
Nod as I'll turn to the figure and just say, well, Lord Belvedere, you've crossed me, and yet somehow you're living. Don't do it again. We're even now. And if you feel that we're not and come to collect a debt, I'll pay you more mine than you wish anyone ever had. But from here, good luck. As long as you can keep your nose clean and be more than what you are. You have some capability. Don't squander it on such waste of talent. I have no more questions for you.
Are you releasing your suggestion?
Yep.
Kind of. Yeah. Little danger of that. And he begins to cast Dimension Door again. And unless anybody stops him,
Bye, Poops McGee.
steps back into it. And as he does, he says, we will see each other again, Lord Lionbane.
I'll cut off your dick! Right before he...
And then the portal evaporates. And Ilan just goes, why did you let him go? Surely he needs to be brought to justice.
Justice cannot be outrun. It's coming, Nero. Don't you worry.
Very well. I suppose I'm...
Because my judge told me I couldn't kill him. That's really the only reason he's still here. He's like, play nice, so I'm trying to play nicer.
Very well. I suppose I'm not thinking entirely clearly right now. Though, evidently clearer than I have for some time.
Oh, ow.
Well,
I just ripped a whole bunch of skin off my lip, excuse me.
well, okay then.
Is Wander still concentrating on the locate creature?
No.
Locate creature only lasts for like a few minutes anyway.
Oh, I thought it was an hour one.
It is an hour.
Is it an hour? Oh, well. I mean, at this point, it's probably been
Yeah, we're
longer than an
probably
hour
on
anyway,
that.
so.
He's been listing off trees for a while.
Yeah, like
Most
his
embarrassing
top 10
moments.
favorite fairy tales of all time took a while.
He loves all the fairy tales, but you know his favorite characters were the villains, and he disliked that they got their comeuppance.
If you don't like Gaston, though, like, come on.
And so, Elon kind of like moves over to underneath one of the trees and just sort of slumps down, sitting, and just goes, "How much?" You said he'd done this a lot. How much of him was lies?
I know that Lady Nyra found a bookshelf full of tomes that accounted for the actual events of stories he took credit for.
I haven't had a chance to read it all.
I think perhaps it will behoove me to use my father's name for some time. Don't you think?
Definitely.
I was so proud to be a Bellevere.
In my experience, sometimes what we try to be isn't always what we were meant to be, and circumstances come back around themselves to allow for you to do the most good. You've now seen what your uncle has wrought, and you have the opportunity to make good on the things that he did, to correct and right those wrongs, and make your name worth something.
I suppose I can try. I don't suppose I'd be able to read some of those journals. I would like to know the truth. Maybe I'll be able to write a thesis about it.
Perhaps they are evidence, so.
Of course. I suppose we should start to head back to Perona. It wouldn't do to keep the dean waiting.
Wonderful. Shall we be off?
Well, there's still the whole thing about her retinue or somebody coming on to pick up information. Some of us should probably wait.
Do we think that it would be better to have us here, or do we think it would be better for them to investigate this place without us present?
If you were present, you would almost certainly be expected to basically step aside during the investigation. So, I mean, if you were here, like you would be able to give your statement and everything, but also, if you were heading back to Perona, you would very likely meet this group of individuals who are coming on the road. They're like if you were traveling the direct route back to Perona, you would probably meet agent whoever they were on their journey here.
Oh, okay.
And all they needed from us was just she wanted the names that the people Wander had mentioned, or she actually wanted evidence as well.
She basically just said that they would need names and that she would inform the summer court and have agents sent. 25 words. There's not a lot of room for complex plans.
um, if I may, I think if Elon is here to show them around the estate, I think we could probably leave and start heading back to whatever
Elon needs to come with
Elon kind of
us
says,
to give us.
Oh,
oh,
right. Just kidding. Never mind. I cast Gift of the Gab, and all that's good.
So, are you, Lorian, basically pulling over Sunshine and Valco with the rest of your horses or with the carriage and starting to head back?
Yes. With the information that, hey, dummy, we'll probably meet them on the road. It's like, oh, right. Yeah, you're right. Let's go.
Okay. So, you all may kind of head over to the stable where you left your carriage and mounts. Sunshine and Valco are, evidently meet you, and you're all able to mount up. The kind of stable attendant kind of gives Ilan a nod of recognition. Ilan and brings out a horse that evidently is his personal mount that he mounts up on, and your group begins to make its way back toward the city of Perona. And we'll take just a quick few minutes there because I need to just refill my drink. Sorry, 1 minute.
Perfect.
Okie dokie.
Better.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, I just suddenly realized my throat had gotten completely dry. And I didn't want to be coughing your ears off.
No, you're fine. It happens. I always just mute and clear my throat. And I always have a thing of tea next to me.
Nice.
Okay, everybody back? Everybody good?
Here.
Okay. So you guys are mounted back up, making your way down the southern road in accompaniment with Elon. You left fairly early, and despite all that has transpired here at the estate, it is still fairly early in the day. You arrived about, say, 9:30, 10-ish, and even with all that has transpired here, it is still only noon or so as you begin making your way back down south toward the city of Perona. You know it is a journey of a couple of hours, and are not surprised when about an hour into this journey, you see the dust plume ahead of you that signifies a group of rapidly moving horses. The band that comes into view is a small one, but very clearly one of august stature. There is a man, clearly noble in bearing and dress. The far side of kind of a slightly older, maybe early 50s to mid 50s, but very kind of sharp faced. Looking not bearing kind of his clothing not bearing the kind of ostentations that normally reflect an actual noble, but the cut of it, the bearing of it, clearly reflecting somebody who is comfortable within that world. Though he bears no personal heraldry, proudly emblazoned on his chest is the rising sun of the summer court. And accompanying him, behind him, are a squad of 6 fully armored knights in bearing full plate lances, swords, and shields, all of whom are riding great barded war mounts, flanking him as they careen down this road at apparently a full gallop. You see as they are approaching you, as they spy you, your carriage and your small group. They slow somewhat, and the man seems to be casting an assessing look over you all before pulling his raising his hand and pulling the group to a halt a few feet down the road from you. Do you also halt?
Reach out and hail to them.
And he says, I am Sir Christo of the Summer Court. You are the Lion's Bane party?
Indeed, we are. I trust the message of some of the mind-used magic by the Lord Belvedere has made its way to your ears, and you are here to investigate more thoroughly then?
We have received the report from Lady Loretta. She said that you, members of her retinue, had discovered, well, evidence worth investigation in a more official context. That is why I am here. Now,
Darling,
please.
what were those demon creature thingies called? The Selines?
Slideys.
That's the things. He seemed to have had quite a few of them, as well as some maddening torture chair. Although I must too come forward and admit, seeing all of these things and having those creatures lay an attack upon me, I used some magics in self-defense, and was able
as
to...
you begin speaking, he lifts from his hip a fairly ornately bound book and kind of does a flourish with one hand, and you see kind of a pen sort of conjure into being, to kind of take notes as you're speaking. Says, "Go on."
Well, actually, maybe, and she will gesture to Elon. He would be the person that you were most interested in hearing some testimony from. This
Um,
is
and sorry, go on.
this is his nephew, young Elon Bellevere.
Uh, at this point, he actually removes his hand and holds the book out to the side, and then grips the reins with both hands. The book and the quill remain where they are, and seem to be transcribing the conversation. The quill continuing to move with preternatural speed across the pages, as he says, "Ilan Bellevere," and Ilan says, "Yes, sir." "Well, they say you have a statement to give on these affairs. Please do so." Ilan says, "My uncle, to my eternal shame, has been involved in the use of forbidden magics that modify the memories of those around him. I myself was a victim of these. He used them to change my memories and impugn the reputation of the Lady Lionsbane, uh, compelling me to give false testimony to the College of Solveni regarding the discovery of a distant fief from the Imperial times, the details of which are not precisely pertinent to you, I am certain, but, well, they have my gratitude for freeing me from the effects of this. Her companion, and he indicates Tristan,
Tristan just waves.
that cast a magic upon me that freed me from the false memories that had been placed upon me. And, I am returning with them to Perona to end the testimony that I had previously given at Solveni. Memory magics. These are what he used, and he now turned the Sir Krista, and as he had introduced himself, turned to you, Naira, and Uther. These are the magics that you referred to in your report to Lady Loretta?
Indeed.
Indeed.
The nobles that you said had been affected. You have their names.
Naira has them.
Some.
And you have evidence of all of this, I trust?
I do, yes.
Very well. And he looks and points to two of his knights and says, "The two of you, accompany them back to Perona. Verify the goings on at Sorveni. You will be witnesses there, and at any continuing tribunals. In the meantime, I shall conduct my own investigation of Sophie. Please, give me the details of what you had discovered there so that I may verify them."
And I believe we're looking at Uther.
The details,
Yes,
as
this evidence
he
that you mentioned. What form does
what
it take?
Oh, in that
currently
case,
the books, as well as there's the chair within the building that he seems to use for a torturous effect. As it
So
appears,
you
most of
describe.
what is claimed is actually false.
You can kind of give a brief description of the general contents of the journals, as well as the discovery and function and what you were able to surmise regarding the chair itself. Naira, give me an intelligence check, and pretty much anything over a 5 will do for you.
1 sec.
Yeah.
Over a 5.
Well over. Um, did you retrieve the shard before you left? Did you basically return to the house in order to retrieve the shard of black metal?
No.
No. Okay.
I mean, that didn't happen. We left and we went straight back, so.
Fair, but I also know that, things change, so I would have allowed that retcon if that was a decision you would have wanted to make as Naira.
That is something that I would discuss with the group. Naira obviously wants to keep that stuff hidden and safe, but
If you would have grabbed it, I wouldn't have mentioned it then to him, and would have just been like, and he uses this torture chair in there, and just look at these things, as well as description of the crystals and all of it. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Well, so in that case, like, if you guys want to take a moment now to discuss as a group whether or not you would have retrieved the shard or left it there.
I mean,
we
before
can state
anytime they
that
got
that is
anytime they learned of one of the shards being somewhere, they grabbed it.
Mhm.
I honestly wouldn't see why this wasn't the same scenario.
Mm-hmm. And like our dwarven friend wanted to destroy it, so yeah, I think
I would have grabbed it with the intent of giving it to Gundor. Yes.
Okay. In that case, I will assume that basically in your testimony, Uther, you basically mentioned that you found this chair and have rendered it safe? Or how would you have phrased that? Or like, how would you have sort of portrayed that?
And destroyed the object, neutralized the object of its power. Or
Okay.
destroyed it, because that's what it's going to be shortly.
Fair enough. Okay. Do you so you also describe the sladi and the crystals and everything like that?
And the traps.
And the
Yes.
Good
and
call.
the spirits.
And warn him about the fact that there might be traps, so...
My thanks. I assure you we will proceed with due caution.
Please do.
These journals, the crystals that you mentioned, may I have them? They are, of course, evidence that is pertinent to this situation.
Talking about the Slotty's crystals?
The Sladi's crystals, yes, and the journal you discovered.
Naira will hand over the ones with the names that would be important to the court, but she is going to hold on to. She wants to hold on to as many as she can.
Okay. Okay, I mean, he has no idea how many you have, so all of the ones that you hand over to him, he accepts gratefully, kind of briefly examines them, and as you hand each of them, he sort of reads the title aloud, kind of opens it, gives a very brief description of what he sees, and throughout the quill next to him continues its transcription as he hands them off to some of the riders with him who are stowing them in saddlebags and the like. And he says, "Well, you have certainly uncovered a nest of vipers here. My men will accompany you to Sorveni and may, of course, be requested to give further testimony in this matter. In fact, I can certainly guarantee it that it will be so. I trust you will have no objection to attending the palace?"
None at all.
Good. Then you shall hear from me in the near future. Good fortune go with you on your business at Sylvani. And then, yeah, just puts his heels to his horse, and him and 4 of the men that he arrived with continue galloping on down the road. The other 2 sort of curved their horses beside the carriage and just look your group over as though kind of just like waiting for you guys to keep moving.
Everyone on the carriage, back to Sorvini.
Yeah, sounds good.
They keep pace with you. Ilan, during the journey, it seems very kind of quiet and contemplative on his horse. A little ways through, he sort of takes his lyre off and seems to sort of half-heartedly, absently be strumming it slightly as you make your way back in. And as you come into sight of the city, he stops and sort of taking a deep breath and stowing it again, looking quite grim and dour as you make your way back into the estuary upon which Perona is built. You come in along the northern road into town. Uh, Making your way, it's early afternoon, maybe an hour or so before you were expected to appear um, in the dean's office at Sorveni. Is there anything that you guys wish to do, or are you making your way straight to the dean's office?
Unless we would like to personally deal with the lords in case they're in town for the restoration, if we have that spell slot left. I would think not.
Yeah, we should probably go there. I cannot cast it again, and I don't think we have enough material components to cast it again.
Perfect,
We
then we
do not.
can't. Makes the yep, easy choice.
Okay. So let me just populate all the appropriate actors. Do. And there's Ilan, so you're going to have him with you. And Grenda. There she is. So, you make your way back through the streets of Perona onto the Ile de Art toward the now familiar site of Sorveni College. Along the way, Ilan just seems to grow kind of quieter and quieter, his face growing more and more sort of gray and dour as you approach. You're greeted as you approach the main administrative building. You see the familiar to you at least, Naira, figure of Administrator Grenda, who all of you did meet very briefly. Who kind of looks up and sees all of you in recognition, and then sort of does a little bit of a double take as she sees Ilan in your company, and sort of straightens her robe slightly and moves over. Says, hello, you are here for the testimony?
Indeed, yes.
Ilan, is everything all right? I must admit I am surprised to see you with your, well, I suppose many would consider her your opposition in this matter. He kind of sort of lets out a kind of weak smile and half chuckle and just says, yes, well, I think that there will be some rather compelling testimony given to change that supposition. She
Eli,
looks a little bit.
you are very brave for doing this.
Kind of you to say, my lady. And Grenda looks somewhat concerned and says, well, I was actually going because the council had just begun to assemble. Cleric Caleron had just arrived. I had seen him to the office and had just locked up my own. I don't suppose you would care to accompany me?
Is she asking that of us, or is she asking that of?
Yes. She's kind of addressing it to Elon and by extension the rest of the group. Or Elon and yourself and by extension the rest of the group.
Well, what does Elon say?
Elon kind of just shrugs and just goes, yes, let's get this over with. And she leads you past the imposing shape of the main archive to one of the grander side annexes, which you know, Naira, to be sort of the main administration hall, the home of the office of Dean Calum, as well as many of the other senior faculty. She leads you through the kind of quiet academic halls. This being a place where the students very rarely come is much less busy than much of the rest of Sorveni. And your group is kind of one of the larger ones moving through the halls before you come to the a place that you actually personally have never been before. Has, you know, the same sort of almost kind of mythical status among many students of Sorveni that you know, you would imagine like the King's Hall would have in many kingdoms. A place that is spoken of with reverence and a portion of fear. It is rarely good news when a student arrives at the dean's office. But as you approach the very ornately carved wooden door that's inlaid with patterns depicting kind of nature and natural scenes, Administrator Grenda knocks, and from within you hear the. Though you have had limited kind of personal interaction with him, you do recognize nonetheless the voice of Dean Calum, who has spoken at and practically every school function you've ever attended. He says, "It is open. You may enter." And she pushes it open and leads your group into a rather expansive but very well kind of well put together office. The first impression that you get is one of carefully cultivated airiness and natural beauty. Down at the length of the center, there is a richly embroidered carpet that goes towards the dean's main desk. On either side of it, there are small statues, planters with living plants in them, and braziers that give light to the room, as well as tall windows. Along both walls, there are more living plants that seem to be growing up onto the stonework itself. And as you enter, you see a group gathered around gathered around a statue where that plants are growing up and around. And as you enter, you see the form of the dean, who seems to be performing some kind of magic that is making the plants sort of grow and twist and move as he does so. The dean himself you recognize. You also see the familiar form of Professor Gundor, Master Theophania, who you know personally, and a figure that you would assume to be Cleric Caleron, who is a tall, fairly dour-looking individual in the robes of a full cleric of the Pillars, somebody who has essentially qualified to and is recognized as a servant of all 5 of the primary powers. Dean Callum himself cuts a tall and fairly imposing figure, in fact, especially to somebody who is, you know, who considers themselves a student of Sorveni. He is a half-elf with a fairly lean, athletic build, very sharp features. He's got short, dark hair, the same kind of piercing green eyes you've seen before, and is dressed fairly simply but very finely in a very like kind of perfectly tailored tunic with a very intricate tracery of embroidery, with, you know, jewelry glinting in his ears and hair. As he turns away from the plant that he was manipulating. You see him radiating this familiar kind of aura almost of intense attention as his gaze sweeps across your group. And the quiet conversation that seemed to be going on dies instantly as you enter. And he kind of casts his gaze over all of you, casting a questioning glance for a moment at Administrator Grenda, before looking at you and Elan in turn. And then back to you and says, "Ah, Naira, I assume."
Yes. That's me. It's and I've never met him personally, right?
Not personally, no.
It's well, it is my honor to meet you in person, sir. Although I do wish it was under better circumstances.
As I'm sure we all do. Still, your arrival in company with your opponent in this matter is unexpected. I trust you have no objection to commencing the proceedings a touch earlier than we had planned?
Not at all. I think that you will be very interested in what Elon has to say.
Indeed. You do not intend to speak in your own defense?
Well, I think that before I am questioned, I do believe Elon has something to say.
Very well. Then let us begin. Esteemed colleagues, if you would take your places. He moves over to sit behind his desk. Gundor is giving you all kind of a questioning look, but it seems kind of more curious than cautious as he moves over to take position beside the dean. The others take up station on either side of him, and the cleric moves to stand at his right shoulder. He takes his seat somewhat ceremonially in the chair, places his lyre, the harp that he had on one hip, brings it out and places it onto the table, and plucks a single note that rings out loud, clear, and high, reverberating oddly in this stone chamber. And in a voice that has a preponderance of ceremony, he begins. Greetings, honored members of faculty, students, and guests who have joined us today. As Dean of Sorveni, I am here to formally open and adjudicate these proceedings that concern us all. Today we are gathered here to continue the disciplinary inquest into the question of veracity of the theses submitted by Lady Naira Lionsbane and Ilan Bellavia. As we proceed with this hearing, I wish to remind all present of our sacred obligation to pursue the truth. This institution is dedicated to the quest for knowledge, and it is our duty to uphold this tradition by seeking the truth in all our endeavors. We are fortunate to have Cleric Caleron of the Pillars with us today. With his presence and the powers that he represents, we are reminded one and all of the importance of seeking the truth and following a path of righteousness. As bards, we have a unique gift for storytelling, for weaving tales that capture the imagination and fire the spirits of our listeners. However, with this gift comes a responsibility to use our skills to promote the truth, to speak out against falsehoods and deceptions. As we proceed with this disciplinary hearing, let us keep in mind that sacred obligation. Let us also remember that we are one and all responsible for upholding the high standards of this institution and the values that it represents. Together, let us continue to work towards the pursuit of knowledge and the promotion of truth. For in truth there is knowledge. In knowledge there is wisdom. In wisdom there is joy. And in joy there is the greatest of all things. Ah. I hereby declare these proceedings are brought to order. Ilan, I understand that you wish to make an opening statement. Ilan steps forward, somewhat hesitantly and sort of wringing his hands together, his head bowed a little as he moves forward. And he says, yes, Dean, I do. And should you deem it necessary, I assent to the cleric performing the ritual of truth, so that all may know the veracity of what I say. The dean kind of glances over for a moment and says, "Let us first hear your words, and then I shall determine if such measures are necessary." And Elan says, kind of nods and says, "The first statement that I wish to make is that I hereby withdraw my thesis from consideration at the College of Solveni." And at this first statement, you see this kind of ripple of surprise and a not inconsiderable degree of consternation cross through the council that have assembled. The dean's eyes flick from him to you, Naira, and you see a measure of suspicion on his face as he takes in the group that you have assembled there. Before Elan continues and says, "I have learned that the testimony I gave, though truthful to my knowledge, was not truthful in fact. My uncle, Sir Bellavere, an alumnus of note of this institution, used magic's most foul to alter my memory of events, to cloud the testimony that I gave, and force me to speak falsehoods before this esteemed body. For this, I can beg only your forgiveness and give my solemn pledge that such was done without my knowledge or consent. But for this reason, I cannot stand by a single word of the thesis that I submitted, and I hereby declare all credit due to for the discoveries that were contained therein is due to the Lady Naira. If she wishes to give a statement, I shall gladly testify to its veracity." The dean kind of sits back and is looking very kind of as though in very intense thought for a moment. He looks up at the cleric and sort of beckons him down and leans in for a moment. Are any of you going to try and hear what they say?
Of course.
Then please roll me perception checks.
Can I see their lips?
Roll me a perception check at a lower DC. Holy shit.
Fuck it, why not? Yeah. Oh.
So Wander only, you are able to not only see their lips move, but with crystal clarity, hear the conversation, the whispered conversation that takes place. As the dean essentially says, "Would that be possible? Would an alteration of memory allow him to lie under oath, under the effects of your zone?" The cleric seems to think for a moment, and then says, "Yes, I believe so, monsieur. He would not be lying where his memory is altered. The zone does not compel objective truth. Such a thing is impossible. It simply compels the truth as it is believed." And the dean kind of sits back and just goes, "Well, Your testimony is certainly troubling, and will doubtless require further consideration of what is to happen with regards to the status of your uncle at this institution. But for now, Naira, please, your own statement.
And Naira steps forward. And she says, first, I want to address the situation with Elon Bellavere here. He was a victim, and as far as we know, he was coerced into having his memory changed without his knowledge. Sir Bellavere put it, I believe he said some coercion was necessary. Elon did no wrong, and his status and reputation at this school should not be tarnished. It would be a great honor of mine to be able to graduate in the same class as his. As for my statement, you already have it. I submitted my thesis. It is the true account of what happened, how I identified the incorrect interpretation, which led me to the Dorvashi Woods, which led me to Aldwell, which led me to Morwen. There are many witnesses to these events, including my companions behind me. But in addition to that, the whole town of Aldwell can account for my presence there, as well as my mission. We did speak to them about it, and they even pointed us in the right direction.
You mentioned as much in your thesis.
Well, the goblins were... Well, they were a nuisance to those people. They needed some help.
Indeed, it is rare to find such an interesting digression in an academic submission.
Oh, was that wrong?
Not at all. Not at all. I quite enjoyed the account. Does this conclude your statement?
Well, is there anything else in particular you would like to know? I believe that my professors here can account for my forthrightness. I will do anything that I can to clarify whatever you need.
A mere formality to ensure that nothing untoward has taken place before we proceed. Given the seriousness of what you have brought to light, I am certain that you will not object to proclaiming its veracity under the supervision of the cleric.
Of course not.
Caloron, please proceed. And he stands. The cleric stands, holding out a symbol of the pillars, and beginning a chant that you, Wander, will immediately recognize as the casting of a zone of truth, which he places directly in front. Naira, I assumed you do not try and resist.
Nope.
And you see Elon sort of bow his head a little bit as the magic settles on him as well. The Caloran nods at the dean, who turns back to you and says, A simple question then, before we close these proceedings. Do you swear that all you have said and all that Elan has revealed to be the truth as you know it?
I do.
And you, Elan? Your testimony here has not been coerced in any way? It has not. Every word is the truth, as it has been revealed to me. The Dean nods. Very well. I am certain that you both understand that there will be a great deal more to be done, discussed, revealed in this case.
Oh,
But-
and if you'll permit me, I think I might be able to help with that. And she gets another couple of journals out. If I had the time to, I would want specifically journals that pertain to things that either the school would have been like, this is an important thing, or maybe had to do with other alumnus at the school, something that would be very relevant to them. And I would produce, and it's still in the zone of truth. Say these are journals, as I understand them, written by Sir Bellavere himself that detail his fraud.
How came you into possession of these?
They were at his estate when we went to retrieve Elon for the truth.
And you see kind of the Dean's eyes narrow for a moment as though he's considering something. And he said, before he says, please, may I see them?
And she hands them over.
He kind of takes a moment to examine them, opening them and flicking through a number of them. He says, Tomb of General Gaultier. Huh. Codex. He sort of flips through a few of them, and you see his face getting kind of darker and darker as he reads several of the pages. And then he slams one of them shut and sort of. A great deal more to discover and reveal indeed. You have my thanks, Lady Lionsbane, for bringing all of this to light. Professor Gundor, I believe some of your archives shall need updating. There will be a great deal of interest in examining these, I have no doubt. Not to mention a full and total an inquest into the status of a number of figures.
And she sort of
I assume
raises her hand and she says, Elon suggested that might be a good topic for his next thesis. I agree. I think that would be a wonderful thing for him to do.
He looks up and sort of considers him for a moment and says, what do you think, Professor Gundor? Could you use an apprentice in this matter? And the dwarf sort of frowns and stares at Elon for a moment and says, runs a hand through his beard, the rings kind of clanging for a moment. And he goes, worthy of consideration. Elon, little attention you paid in my classes up until now. Can I assume a greater attentiveness to this matter than you gave to my lectures? And rather chagrined, he sort of bows his head and nods. Yes, I swear, Professor. I want nothing more than to correct the record. If, in so doing, I can prove myself worthy of membership in this august body, then it will be my joy to do so. Then let us see how worthy you may prove yourself to be. Attend my office, dawn tomorrow. we shall begin. And he bows deeply. And he says, "Tell me, where is Sibella Veer now? I assume you understand the seriousness of the criminal acts that you have revealed?"
Yes, and we reported him to the proper authorities. As far as we understand, he is on the run.
I see. Well then, I shall look forward to a visit from a representative of the Summer Court. Doubtless they will wish to examine these journals in depth as well. But, as to the matter at hand, these proceedings. Well, in all honesty, I'd expect this to take a great deal longer. But, for now, unless there is anything else that anyone wishes to enter into the record, I believe we may proceed. And he kind of casts his eye over the rest of the group. I assume none of you have anything to say?
Tristan's
That's
just
silent
giving
for you?
Naira a thumbs up.
Just like,
Lorim just shrugs.
okay. Then he kind of leans back and plucks a string on his harp again, the same loud ringing note reverberating through the hall. Says, "Then, as Dean of Solveni, allow me to formally bring this matter to a close. We have always been dedicated to the study of history, the exploration of the world around us. We have sought to understand the past in order to better prepare those around us for the future. One that with our art we sought to make brighter. Naira, in this matter, you have illuminated the truth with the fire of knowledge, and given to us all the greatest gift that a bard can. I hereby withdraw any and all objection to the consideration of your thesis. Professors, I should say that at this point we have all considered her thesis in some detail. Adjudicating its merits should therefore be a matter of course. What say each of you?" And he looks first to Professor Gundor, who has a smile that you've rarely seen on a face that is normally quite gruff and serious, as he says, "The value of the knowledge that the lady has added to our archives, our understanding of the political maneuverings and structures of pre-fall Imperium is without dispute. I assent to the acceptance of her thesis." And he turns his smile to you, Naira. He turns to Master Theophania. Says, "And you, Theophania?" And she bows. "There can be no dispute that she has fulfilled all necessary requirements for her thesis to be accepted. The detail is immaculate. The research and her understanding of languages that is shown in the preparatory phase, as well as the determination in its execution, is beyond dispute. I can only recommend that it is accepted." The dean stands, taking up his harp one more time, ringing out another note. "Then, as Dean of Solveni, it is my greatest pleasure, Lady Naira, to ask you to step forward." And yeah, he indicates that you should step forward to like directly in front of his desk. He reaches out a hand to you. Do you take it?
Yeah.
He says, "Welcome to Soveni, Bard Naira Lionsbane. It is my greatest honor to accept you into our fellowship."
Wow, this is. Thank you. It is my honor to accept.
And with that, these proceedings are brought to a close. Naira, the next, well, commencement ceremony will not be for some time. I trust you will have no objection to staying in town until your achievements can be more formally recognized in an appropriate setting.
And she turns around nervously to look at her group. Are we going anywhere?
I'm trying to wait a bit. What about you, Shield? I mean, this is where you wanted to come.
I am staying.
Do
Right.
we get access to the library?
To the library and to the linguistics department. But yes, of course. I'm so sorry. I'm already jumping ahead. Yes, no. I'd be more than happy to stick around. Yes, please.
Good. I look forward to seeing you then. As to your question, of course, Bard, it is your library. We would not dream of barring you from it. Now,
my
however,
gosh, Wander.
Wander!
You get in your head.
and he stands again, and turns to either side and says, "My thanks, esteemed colleagues, cleric, for attending this matter. And my thanks once again to you, Naira, for not only clearing your name and granting us your fellowship, but for all that you have revealed to us this day. I look forward to your future contributions to our knowledge and to our college."
Has the paper about the dragon in Eldenil come through yet?
I beg your pardon?
Right, never mind. That'll be a surprise.
And he kind of starts laughing and sits back and says, "I look forward to seeing it." And though it is a little early, you guys actually bypassed a great deal of content that I had planned for this with the way that you manhandled Bellavir, so well done for that. However, this would be an ideal time for us to end for the night, unless there's anything specific you guys wish to do, because I had expected this to go a slightly different direction.
I mean,
Slightly different.
I have
Naira
some
does a
RP
backflip and
things,
crits on it.
but that can wait till next session.
Oh no! Any RP that you guys wish to engage in, we can absolutely proceed with. As Administrator Grenda steps forward to kind of escort you out of the office, while Gundor moves forward to begin speaking with Ilan, and you are led back out into the hustle and bustle of the public part of Sorveni College.
Oh, and by the way, as soon as all that was over and Naira started walking back to us, Tristan was like, "Whoop! Yeah!" Like, just echoing throughout the chamber.
Lorem just elbows him in the stomach.
Oh!
Whoa!
Woo! Whoa!
He keeps going. He gets elbow and just goes, "Woo."
And then once we get outside, Tristan will walk over to Naira, and he will kneel like he did a day ago, I think, And
It was yesterday.
yeah, he will kneel and ask for her hand.
I am already married.
Hmm. Oh, no, I don't want to marry you. May I see your hand, Lady Naira?
Okie doke.
And then his bracer starts to glow again, and he just says, "It was my honor to fulfill my vow to you, lady. Should you need anything from me, you had need not but to ask." And then just like a little bit of choo light goes forth from him, and he stands and gives you a bow.
Well, that was very important. Thank you.
I'm glad I could help to restore your name, Lady Naira. And I'm glad that now others see what an asset you are to have.
We couldn't have done this without you. Thank you.
And he blushes a little, and then he will he will walk over to Wander, kneel down, and say, "Sir Wander, may I please see your hand?"
Okay. He gives it to you.
So, Wander, I understand that you are seeking information, and I vow to help you find the information. And he starts to glow, and he vows to help
Consent.
you. He stops. The glow goes away. Is it all right if I make a vow to you?
Please do not vow.
Okay. And he'll brush himself off and stand up and hang his head.
You know you don't have to make vows to help someone, right?
But that's what a knight does, right, Solorium?
Fuck you and no.
And Administrator Grenda kind of is beside you, Naira, and sort of leans down. It's just, you have acquired a group of most fascinating companions, Naira.
They are the best people I know.
You must tell me about them someday.
Oh, well, and then she
But,
will start telling you all about them.
uh,
Well, this is Lorian Rose and his parents, and his final words are gonna be,
but okay, yeah. So, is there anything else that you guys want to, any other RP that you wish to do, or anything else that you guys want to do?
Naira's a little worried about Wander. But
Why?
she wouldn't.
Yeah, Uther and I saw the weird fucking dark magic, right? Well, not
Mhm.
dark, but it was just. What do
The
you call
fire.
it? Dark flames?
Mhm.
Well, when I say dark, I suppose it's not like shadow. It's just, like dark red.
Dark red.
Like blood?
So
But it was
she's
clearly different from the normal
Absolutely.
radiant. No.
she's gonna lead everybody over to this pretty place away from public hearing. Or not. You guys, she's gonna try.
They all just like, nope, bye.
Yeah, we'd all follow. I'd be
You
like,
wanna-
wow, what a beautiful place where no one's around and hearing.
Naira wants to go to the water.
She's staying
He's
far
like, who
away
are
from
you?
it.
Chance to put
She
your
can
hand.
appreciate how pretty it is from back here. You've been awfully quiet, Wander. Is everything okay?
I am fine. I am happy that you will be okay.
Well, I was always going to be okay. I've got you lot.
Just flashbacks to almost dying to a couple of goblins. Flashbacks to getting assaulted by a demon in a tavern.
And everything has
And that is
always turned out okay.
flashbacks to seeing your literal dead body.
And she's fine now.
No.
I believe you mean 4 now.
But the mental scars can never be erased unless. Back to the chair, you guys. Blair would just say, "Is your magic all right? It was a bit different today."
Was it?
Yeah, it was fiery instead of warm.
It's 26, huh?
Uh-huh.
Sure is a hell of a number.
I know.
Roll a deception.
Pay no attention to the typing behind the screen. You think I'm gonna even roll against that? You got me fucked up.
You can technically pass it with your D4, right?
By cheating, yeah.
By cheating.
If I only say I got to 27. Hmm. But yeah, I am DMing Christine something.
And I have a crit inspiration I didn't really have any kind of opportunity to use. Do we have to be done? Can we go find something that I can use my nat 20 like the linguist Andrew?
I will allow you to say that the first kind of research roll that you do, you want to use this crit inspiration on.
Okie dokie.
So has the DM been sent?
He's still
It's a
typing
lot
it
to
up.
unpack. But in essence, it's coming. You were saying.
Oh, no, while I guess the exchange of looks is happening, Tristan will turn to Lorium and just say, Sir Lorium, can I ask you a question?
It's just Lorium. But go.
Okay, just Lorium,
Fucking hate you.
I wanted to say I was watching you fight earlier, and I was hoping that maybe at some point that you might be able to give me some pointers.
Just eyebrow raise.
And he kind of looks down. Right. When I was part of the Order, I was only a junior squire, and unfortunately, junior squires don't always get the most training. Argent has helped a bit with that, in that it's almost like my body knows what to do, but I think in order to protect myself and others, I need to be a bit better.
Alright, what do you want to know? While he's talking to you, but looking at Wander, just being silent.
Well, first off, the way that you swing your big glaive, it's so cool. And then he just kind of goes off on, like, asking a million questions about form and stuff like that. And basically, oh, go ahead.
Oh no, he will go into a lecture about balance and wielding reach weapons and such. He'll give you a spear to try it out on, even though it doesn't fucking have that reach. But he will basically be talking about the ways that you, instead of utilizing just one part of the weapon, you can utilize all
Mm.
in various ways.
And then at the end, he will say, it doesn't have to be tomorrow. I know we have a busy schedule with the library, but at some point, I would like to have a sparring match with you.
Starts taking the glaive off his back.
No,
Kidding.
there are some things that you need to know before that happens. I do recommend it. He's a great sparring partner. But be aware, he won't go easy on you. And if you use any kind of magic, he will too.
Okay, right. And he starts writing that down, and then he'll look at you, Niver, and I also would like to spar with you sometime too. Your movements are so quick and precise. I would love to study under you as well. And he'll give you like a little bow.
And then she sort of looks at everybody else and she goes, I promise I won't kill him.
I do want to see you stab him in the face.
Well, to be, if I'm being honest, I will be in one of my animal forms during the fight. So, once you bring that to, to go away, we can call the fight over, if you'd like.
Well, that would be interesting. I don't know that I've ever...
Why would you want to be in animal form if you want to learn how to fight with your weaponry?
No, I want to just get better at fighting, and Argent has given me the skills to become more than I am, and I want to hone that.
Alright, fair.
And with your strength and Naira's quick and precise movements, I believe that the two of you could be great teachers for myself.
If you say so.
And he is just like beaming. Y'all have just told them that we're going to Disneyland at Christmas.
Instead, we're just going to beat the shit out of you.
That
As I
sounds
said,
pretty accurate.
Disneyland at Christmas.
I'm not entirely sure
Take
I would
down
win.
notes. Tristan is a masochist.
He just wants to learn. I don't know that I would win, to be honest.
Florian's like, I know you wouldn't win.
Nothing.
To wander, Naira will sort of step nearby, and she will say, is there anything I can help you understand?
Is there no limit to our actions? Should they be... And he stops, like, just kind of looking around and actually faces you and says, do the ends justify the means?
I think I'm not the only one who has an answer to that question, and my answer is not necessarily right or wrong. It's just a matter of preference. So, you might want to ask everybody that? But my answer is no. Sometimes the means must be just for the ends to be just. But it's also important to know, Wander, that in a world where I am very used to being underestimated or disregarded, there is power in people not knowing what I am capable of. I never had any intention of doing anything, well, unforgivable to Lord Bellavere. But he had no idea what I was capable of, and it removed his power. That alone, without a single bad action, was enough to get his cooperation.
We broke a rule and will not be punished.
We
With like
don't know.
I know it's hard to tell, but a question mark at the end of that.
Well, first of all, we don't know yet what the consequences of that will be. It is possible that we will be punished because we did not do a greater wrong to cover our own actions. We discussed all of the potentials, and Uther is aware that there may be consequences we have to face. We have leveraged it as best we can to make sure that we won't be facing major consequences because the rule we broke, there is intent to consider. He was a fraud, and he was hiding behind the fact that it's hard to get the truth out of a fraud.
How do you know when it is okay to break rules?
Are you asking about me specifically, or are you asking about how people in general?
General?
People break rules for all sorts of reasons. A lot of people, Bellavere broke them because they benefited him. That's where his line was. I can only answer for when I break a rule. How I decide to do it. And for the most part, I like to think anyway, that I break rules when those rules are preventing me from doing the most good.
He kind of looks down a little and then gives a small nod and says, "Then to the library."
Of course. We're gonna go to the library. I can't wait to show it to you. You're gonna just... I can't wait to show it to all of you. And she sort of brings the rest of the group into this conversation. It's just magnificent. You've never seen anything like it. Well, honestly, Uther, you might have. I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised. And she's getting very excited, and she's just like, and as I understand it, it'll be it's a linguistics question, right? I can take you to the section, and we will scour everything we can.
Linguistics. He kind of tilts his head a little.
Yes, the study of language. How we use words. And how other people use words. Do you understand the difference
Very,
between
like,
connotation and
eyes.
denotation?
Here it is. His eyes is like looking back and forth, and the head tilts a little more, and it's like just trying to process information that is completely foreign.
The
Oh,
dog
come on.
head tilt.
I could actually have you guys experts on connotation and denotation in 2 minutes. Come on. I was good at this. I was so good at it.
Tristan is taking notes as she talks.
So denotation is just the dictionary definition. You can remember that because there's a D in denotation and there's a D in dictionary. So it's just the dictionary definition. Connotation is the way a word makes us feel. So when I say, for example, the word odor, it just means smell, but you probably think of something that smells pretty gross. That's connotation at work.
Oh, so it's like how earlier when Solarium said fuck you, he didn't really mean he wanted to fuck me. He was just saying it because it's a word he likes.
Not Yes, actually, probably. You'll have to ask him. Lorium, you want to explain that one?
I was dealing with a puppy.
He was dealing with
Now
Valco.
go on.
He got
Do you
a
want to
little
fuck Tristan?
bit. Go on.
It's a figure of speech, not action.
Oh, is that like when sometimes people say it's like raining cats and dogs, but it's not actually raining animals?
Exactly. Yes,
Yeah.
that's called an idiom.
I say fuck you instead of punching you in the mouth.
Oh,
That's more
I
a
see.
colloquialism. I'm sorry.
Fuck.
Can you spell that?
He just smiles at you and clenches his fist.
And I think Naira will walk us all over to the library. It's a shame what's-her-face isn't here. Isabella. I want her to see me walk in there, man.
And yes, so as you approach the doors of Sorveni Library, um, the interior that was once so familiar to you, beckoning you with the promise of answers to several questions that you have had for some time now. That seems like an ideal spot for us to end it here for this session. And if you guys can DM the things that you will be wanting to look up to basically research, we will be able to open next session reviewing that.
With my Nat 20
and kind of
research.
with your entry. Say again.
With my Nat 20 research.
Exactly, with your
Would it be a history check?
inspiration for an uh, which is higher out of history or investigation?
I think they're both the same.
Fair enough. Then it makes literally no difference. But yes, it would be one of those two.
Yeah, so that's a total of 28.
Fair enough. Okay. So yeah, DM me with the stuff that you will be wanting to kind of look into here, and I will make sure that I have kind of information regarding that available. And we will start next session with your entrance into Sorveni. Also, just a heads up to everybody, there will be, not immediately, but in the relatively near future, the opportunity for some downtime in the campaign, which will include the opportunity for potentially retraining your characters. If there are any kind of build changes or anything like that that you would want to make, start giving some thought to that so that when the opportunity comes around, probably basically at our next level up, will be when we start the potential for the time skip. So start giving some thought to any potential kind of retraining you may wish to perform during this town time, if any.
You mean like skills?
I mean, any. if you want to potentially like rework some of your class levels or anything like that, I am potentially
Oh,
open to that as well, as long as there would be some kind of justification for it.
I'm going 9
Cool.
levels into barbarian.
My only one, I think, because I was like not sure I wanted to do the warlock dip, and then I went full warlock dip.
Mhm.
Is there any way I could change out my feat for one of do a feat exchange instead of magic initiate warlock?
Yeah, I would say that would definitely be doable as part of your retraining. Yeah, you are kind of refocusing the part of you that was like learning that into another endeavor. Yeah, that would be exactly the kind of thing that you could retrain. And again, this isn't happening immediately. I just wanted to put it in your guys' mind so you could start thinking about it when you're looking at your next level up, which probably won't be for several more sessions. We are going to be kind of finishing a little bit of an immediate arc. After that will be beginning next session. But then, yeah, at the end of that, as I said, there's going to be a little bit of an opportunity for this time skip to happen.
I'm gonna retrain.
uh-oh.
I am gonna go a little nuts. Andrew, you've already approved my retraining.
I am aware of your desires in that front, yes, and I'm terrified.
Are you adding a 4th?
No, I'm reducing how many I have, but I'm actually, funnily enough, probably going to transfer and not be at Sorveni for the retraining. I'm not going to be a bard.
Very well.
Well, if you've
We
been
shall
paying
see
attention,
what we
there
shall
is a
see.
specific path that Naira always would have taken if it was her choice.
Violence.
Yes! I'm gonna be able to get an armor class that's better than Wander.
Is that a challenge?
Go on.
It is now. With
Understood.
everything, the math that I did earlier today, I can with shield. It would have to include shield, but if I cast shield, I can have an armor class of 28.
Oh, if we're counting shield, that's hardly fair. I can go 30.
Holy fuck, are you for real?
Yeah.
Yes.
My God.
By the way, that's what the plus 1
Technically, he
shield.
could go
so-
32 if he has my help.
And then I can go 34 if I get a plus 3 shield.
Oh, a shield! Maybe I should.
Yes, yes. Let the juices percolate.
That's so nice.
I think I'm just staying paladin, yo. I think it's what the party wants.
Yeah, that's the only thing I think I would. Yeah, is like that slight dip. The rest of it, I really like my levels, and like maybe change out one spell. You know what I mean?
Okay, for sure. Yeah, like I said, this won't be happening immediately, but definitely give it some thought. And yeah, I will obviously let you guys all know when this is happening, so that you can adjust things accordingly. And also give it some thought to anything your character might wish to accomplish with any downtime.
Roger.
Can we take over a small country? Wait,
Yes.
wait,
I
no,
mean, at
we
this
need
point,
Sharemunism in this fucking. If I'm not gonna be the only one dealing with this. We are taking over a town. We are doing something evil. I don't care what. And we are gonna be chaos goblins.
Something evil. Got it. You got that shard, right?
I do. Oh yeah,
Give it to me.
Gundor. I would seek him out and give him that, just so you know.
Oh, there
Okay.
goes your option.
I know.
Fuck, you think I need this to cause chaos?
I am the catalyst.
But cool. Okay, so yeah, like I said, you guys bypassed a whole lot of content with the way that encounter ended up going out. So we will end it there for tonight. Don't forget to DM me with your desires for research topics, and we shall see you all same bat time, same bat channel.
Yay!